Chapter 15 of Wulf the Saxon by George Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A meeting by the river. During the 3 days that elapsed between Ulf's being set upon the track of Walter Fitz-Urse and the departure of the king for the north, the boy had no news to report to Osgod. The young Norman had not left the bishop's palace alone. He had accompanied the prelate several times when he went abroad, and had gone out with some of his countrymen who still held office at the court. In one or other of the disguises Wulf had suggested, the boy had hung about the gate of the bishop's palace until late in the evening, but Walter Fitz-Urse had not come out after dark. On the day before starting, Wulf was with Osgod when the latter met the boy at the rendezvous. After he heard Ulf's report, Wulf said, "As we leave to-morrow, this is the last report you will have to make to us. So far it would seem that there is nothing whatever to give grounds for suspicion, and if, after a few days, you find that the Norman still remains quietly at the bishop's, there will be no occasion for you to continue your watch until the time is approaching for the king's return." "Yes, my lord, but I cannot say surely that he does not go out of an evening." "Why, I thought you said that he had certainly not done so." "No, my lord, I said only that I had not seen him. He has certainly not gone out through the great gates in his Norman dress, but that seems to me shows very little. As the bishop's guest he would pass out there, but there is another entrance behind that he might use did he wish to go out unobserved. Even at the main entrance I cannot tell but that beneath the cowl and frock of one of the many monks who pass in and out, Walter Fitz-Urse may not be hidden. He would scarce go about such a business as we suspect in his dress as a Norman noble, which is viewed with little favour here in London, and would draw attention towards him, but would assume, as I do, some disguise in which he could go about unremarked. It might be that of a monk, it might be that of a lay servitor at the palace." "You are right, Ulf, I had not thought of that. That is indeed a difficulty, and one that I do not see how you can get over. Are you sure that he has not passed out by the main gate?" "I have marked his walk and carriage closely, my lord. He steps along with a long stride, and unless he be a better mummer than I judge him to be, I should know him whether in a monk's gown or a servitor's cloak. It is no easy thing to change a knight's stride into the shuffle of a sandalled monk, or the noiseless step of a well trained servitor in a bishop's palace." "You are a shrewd lad indeed, Ulf," Wulf said warmly, "and I feel that you will fathom this matter if there be aught at the bottom. But as you say, you cannot watch more than one place." "The other entrance is not altogether unwatched, my lord. The first day you gave me my orders I went to one of my cronies who has shared with me in many an expedition when our master deemed that we were soundly asleep. Without, as you may be sure, giving any reason, I told him that I had come to believe that the Norman I pointed out to him was in the habit of going out in disguise, and that I was mighty curious to find whither he went and why, and therefore wanted him to watch at the entrance behind the palace. I bade him mark the walk of the persons that went out, and their height, for the Norman is tall, and to follow any who might come out of lofty stature, and with a walk and carriage that seemed to accord ill with his appearance. So each evening, as soon as his house was closed and the lights extinguished, he has slipped out as he knows how, and has watched till 10 o'clock at the gate. It seemed to me that that would be late enough, and indeed the doors are all closed at that hour." "You have done well, Ulf, but has not the boy questioned you as to your reasons for thus setting a watch on the Norman?" "I have told him naught beyond what I have said, my lord. He may guess shrewdly enough that I should not myself take so much trouble in the matter unless I had more reason than I have given. But we are closely banded together, and just as I should do without asking the reasons any such action did he propose it to me, so he carried out my wishes. I cannot feel as sure as if I had watched him myself that Fitz-Urse has not passed out in disguise unnoticed, but I have a strong belief that it is so. At any rate, my lord, you can go away with the assurance that all that is possible shall be done by us, and that even if he pass out once or twice undiscovered, there is good hope that we shall at last detect him." Again, after commending the boy, Wulf turned to the palace with Osgod. "I feel half ashamed of having entertained suspicion of Fitz-Urse on such slight grounds, Osgod. "I think you have done quite right, my lord. You know how the fellow gave a false report to the bishop of that quarrel with you. At any rate, should nothing come of it, no harm will have been done. As to the boys, so far from regarding it as a trouble, I feel sure that they view it as an exciting pleasure, and are as keenly anxious to detect the Norman going out in a disguise as you yourself can be. When they get tired of it they will give up." Ulf, at any rate, was determined not to relax his watch during the absence of the king. The more he thought of it, the more certain he felt that if Walter Fitz Urse went out on any private business after nightfall, he would use one or other of the entrances at the rear of the palace, and accordingly next day he arranged that one friend should watch the front entrance of an evening, while he himself took post behind. As soon as it was dark he lay down by the wall close to the entrance at which the servitors generally passed in and out. The moon was up, but was still young, and the back of the palace lay in deep shadow. A projecting buttress screened him to a great extent from view, while by peeping round the corner he could watch those who came out and see them as they passed from the shadow of the building into the comparatively light space beyond. Many came in and out. The evening was bitterly cold, and his teeth chattered as he lay, cautiously putting his head beyond the edge of the stonework every time he heard anyone leaving the palace. The heavy bell had just struck 8 when a man wrapped up in a cloak passed out. He differed in no respect from many of those who had preceded him, save that he was somewhat taller. The hood of the cloak was drawn over his head. Ulf raised himself to his knees and gazed after the figure. The man was walking more slowly than the others had done, for most of them had hurried along as if in haste to get their errands finished and to be in shelter again from the keen wind. If that is Fitz Urse, he is walking so as to avoid the appearance of haste, in case anyone should be looking after him, Ulf muttered to himself. At any rate, I will follow him. He is more like the Norman than anyone I have yet seen, though he carries his head forwarder and his shoulders more rounded. As he watched him, the boy saw that as he increased the distance from the palace, the man quickened his pace, and when he came into the moonlight was stepping rapidly along. "That is my man," Ulf exclaimed. "He knows well enough that no one is likely to be standing at the door, and thinks he need no longer walk cautiously. Feeling sure that even if the man looked back he would not be able to see him in the shadow, he started forward at a run, paused before he reached the edge of the moonlight, and then, as soon as the figure entered a lane between some houses, ran forward at the top of his speed. The man was but 100 yards in front of him when Ulf came to the entrance of the lane. Just as he turned into it the man stopped and looked round, and Ulf threw himself down by the side of a wall. "That settles it," he said to himself. "No one who had not a fear of being followed would turn and look around on such a night as this." Ulf was barefooted, for though he generally wore soft shoes, which are almost as noiseless as the naked foot, he was dressed in rags, and a foot covering of any sort would have been out of place. Always keeping in the shade, having his eyes fixed on the man he was pursuing, and holding himself in readiness to leap into a doorway or throw himself down should he see him turn his head, he lessened the distance until he was within some 50 yards of the other. The man took several turns, and at last entered a long street leading down to the river. As soon as Ulf saw him enter he darted off at full speed, turned down another lane, and then, when he got beyond the houses and onto the broken ground that lay between them and the river, ran until he was nearly facing the end of the street which he had seen the man enter, and then threw himself down. He had scarcely done so when he saw the figure issue from the street and strike across the open ground towards the water. Crawling along on his stomach, Ulf followed him until he halted on the bank. The man looked up and down the river, stamped his foot impatiently, and then began to walk to and fro. Presently he stopped and appeared to be listening. Ulf did the same, and soon heard the distant splash of oars. They came nearer and nearer. Ulf could not see the boat, for it was close under the bank, which was some 20 yards away from him. But presently, when the boat seemed almost abreast of him, the man on the bank said, "Where do you come from?" "From fishing in deep water," a voice replied. "That is right. Come ashore." The words were spoken by both in a language Ulf could not understand, and he muttered a Saxon oath. The thought that any conversation Fitz Urse might have with a Norman would naturally be in that tongue had never once occurred to him. 3 men mounted the bank. One shook hands with Fitz Urse. The others had doffed their caps and stood listening bareheaded to the conversation between their superiors. It was long and animated. At first the stranger stamped his foot and seemed disappointed at the news Fitz Urse gave him. Then, as the latter continued to speak, he seemed more satisfied. For fully half an hour they talked. Then the men got into the boat and rowed away, and Fitz Urse turned and walked back to the palace. Ulf did not follow him. The meeting for which Fitz Urse had come out had taken place. He would be sure to go straight back to the palace. Ulf lay there for some time, fairly crying with vexation. He had done something. He had discovered that Fitz Urse was indeed engaged in some undertaking that had to be conducted with the greatest of secrecy, but this was little to what he would have learned had he understood the language. His only consolation was that both Wulf and Osgod had likewise forgotten the probability that the conversations he was charged to overhear might be in Norman. Had Wulf still been in London he could have gone to him for fresh instructions, but he had started at daybreak, and the king's party would assuredly ride fast. There was no time to be lost. These men had a boat and probably came from a ship in the port. Were there really a conspiracy against the king, they might sail north and land in the Humber, but though it seemed more probable that they would wait for his return, for on his journey he would be surrounded by his housecarls, and there would be far less chance of finding him alone and unguarded than in London. Had it been their intention to sail at once for the north, Walter Fitz Urse would have probably rowed away with them without returning to the palace. At any rate, it was too important a matter for him to trust to his own judgment, and he determined to take counsel with his master. He had not been near the forge since he had begun the search, and was supposed to have gone down to stay with his family, who lived near Reading. He had hidden away his apprentice dress beneath some stones in a field half a mile from Westminster, and he presented himself in this at the forge in the morning. "You are back sooner than I expected, Ulf," Aldred said as he entered. "I did not look for you for another week to come. Is all well at home?" "All is well, master, but I have a message to deliver to you concerning some business." The armourer saw that his apprentice wished to speak to him in private. He knew nothing of the reason for which Osgod had asked him to release the boy from his work at the forge for a time, but had quite understood that the wish to pay a visit to his family was but a cloak, and that the boy was to be employed in some service for Wulf. Guessing therefore that the message was one that should be delivered in private, he bade the boy follow him from the forge and took him into the room above. "What is it you would say to me, Ulf? Mind, I wish to hear nothing about any private matter in which you may be engaged either by Wulf or Osgod. They are both away and may not return for a month or more. I judged the matter was a private one, as Osgod said naught of it to me." "The matter is a private one, master, but as they are away I would fain take your counsel on it." The armourer shook his head decidedly. "I can listen to naught about it, boy. It can be no business of mine, and unless he has given you license to speak I would not on any account meddle with the affairs of the young thane, who is a good lord to my son." "That he has not done, sir, but I pray you to hear me," he added urgently as the armourer was turning to leave the room. "It is a matter that may touch the safety of our lord the king." The armourer stopped. "Art well assured of what you say, Ulf?" "For myself I can say nothing, master, but the young thane told me that he had fears that some attempt or other might be made from the other side of the sea against the king's life, and that although he had no strong grounds, he thought that Walter Fitz Urse, who had just returned here, might be concerned in it, he having reasons for enmity against the king. Therefore he appointed me to watch him." He then related the scene he had witnessed on the river bank the evening before. "It is a strange story indeed, Ulf, and whatever it may mean, this meeting can have been for no good purpose. The secrecy with which it was conducted is enough to prove it. It is indeed unfortunate that you did not understand what was said, for much may have depended upon it. Well, this is a grave affair, and I must think it over, Ulf. You have done well in telling me. Has any plan occurred to you? I thought that you might accompany me, master." "That I would willingly, but though I have picked up enough of their tongue to enable me to do business with the Normans at the king's court when they come to buy a dagger or to have a piece of armour repaired, I could not follow their talk one with another. We must obtain someone who can speak their language well, and who can be trusted to be discreet and silent. Why, were it but whispered abroad that some Normans are plotting against the life of the king, there would be so angry a stir that every Norman in the land might be hunted down and slain. Do not go down to the forge. I will tell my wife to give you some food, and you had best then go up to the attic and sleep. You will have to be afoot again tonight, and it were well that you kept altogether away from the others, so as to avoid inconvenient questions. I will come up to you when I have thought the matter over." "Is aught troubling you, Ulred?" the armourer's wife asked, when breakfast was over and the men had gone downstairs again to their work. "Never have I seen you sit so silently at the board." "I am worried about a matter which I have learned this morning. It matters not what it is now. Some time later you shall hear of it, but at present I am pledged to say no word about it. I want above all things to find one who speaks the Norman tongue well, and is yet a true Englishman. I have been puzzling my brains, but I cannot bethink me of anyone. Canst thou help me?" "Except about the court there are few such to be found, Ulred. If Wulf of Steyning had been here he could doubtless have assisted you had it been a matter you could have confided to him, for Osgod said that although he himself learned but little Norman, his master was able to talk freely with Norman nobles." "Ay, he learnt it partly when a page at court. But what you say reminds me that it was but yesterday afternoon his friend Beorn came into my shop. He had just arrived from his estate, and said how disappointed he was at finding that Wulf had left London. I will go to the palace and see him at once. I know but little of him, save that I have heard from Osgod that he is Wulf's firmest friend, and they fought together across in Normandy and again against the Welsh. He has been here several times to have weapons repaired, and knows that Osgod is Wulf's man. I wonder I did not think of him, but my thoughts were running on people of our own condition." Ulred at once put on his cap and proceeded to the palace, where he found Beorn without difficulty. "You have not come to tell me that the blade I left with you yesterday cannot be fitted with a new hilt, Master Ulred? It is a favourite weapon of mine, and I would rather pay twice the price of a new one than lose it." "I have come on another matter, my Lord Beorn. It is for your private ear. May I pray you to come with me to my house, where I can enter upon it without fear of being overheard?" "Certainly I will come, Ulred, though I cannot think what this matter may be." "It concerns in some way the Thane of Steyning, my lord, and others even higher in position." "That's enough," Beorn said. "Anything that concerns Wulf concerns me, and as he is in the matter you can count on me without question." Upon reaching his house Ulred left Beorn for a moment in the room upstairs, and fetched Ulf down from the attic. "This is an apprentice lad of mine," he said. "As it is he who has been employed by the Thane of Steyning in this affair, it were best that he himself informed you of it." When Ulf had finished his story, Beorn exclaimed, "I will go at once and put such an affront upon this Walter Fitz Urse that he must needs meet me in mortal combat. But even if you slay him, my lord, that may not interfere with the carrying out of this enterprise, in which, as we know, another of equal rank with him is engaged." "That is true, master armourer, and I spoke hastily. I thought perhaps it was for this that you had informed me of the matter." "No, my lord. It seemed to me that the first thing was to assure ourselves for a certainty that the affair is really a plot against the king's life, of which we have as yet no manner of proof, but simply the suspicion entertained by my son's master. The first necessity is to find out for a truth that it is so, and secondly to learn how and when it is to be carried out, and this can only be by overhearing another conversation between the plotters. As you have heard, Ulf could have learnt all this if he had but understood the Norman tongue. Could I have spoken it well enough to follow the conversation, I would not have troubled you, but it seemed to me that at their next meeting it needed that one should be present who could speak Norman well." After considering in vain how to find one who should at once know the Norman tongue and be a true and trusty Englishman, my thoughts fell upon you, of whom I have always heard my son speak as the companion and friend of his master, and I made bold to come and lay the matter before you, thinking that you might either take it in hand yourself or name one suitable for it." "Certainly I will take it in hand myself," Beorn said, "and right glad I am that you came to me. A matter in which the king's life is concerned I would trust no one but myself. And now how think you shall we proceed? For it may well be that these plotters may not meet again for some time, seeing that the king is away." "So it seems to me," the armourer said, "and moreover they may in their talk last night have appointed some other place of meeting." "What think you, Ulf?" Beorn said, turning to the boy. "Wulf would not have chosen you for this business had he had not a good opinion of your shrewdness, and indeed you have shown yourself well worthy of his confidence." "I should say, my lord, that I must go on the watch as before. It is most likely that the Norman will, sooner or later, go out in the same disguise and by the same way as before, and that the hour will be between 7 and 9 in the evening. Most likely between 7 and 8, in order that he may return from the meeting before the bishop's doors are closed for the night. I will keep watch with you, Ulf. Were I sure that the meeting would take place at the same spot as before, you should show me where they landed, and I would lie down there in readiness. But as they may meet elsewhere, it seems to me that I must post myself by your side." "It would be better, my lord, if you would take your place on the other side of the open space, for although I, being small, can escape notice, you might well be seen by those approaching the door. It will be necessary too that you should put on sandals of soft leather or cloth, so that your footfall should not be heard. Then, as I follow him, I would run to where you are posted, and you could follow me, so that you could keep me in sight and yet be beyond his view, for all our plans would be foiled should he suspect that he was being followed." "I will do as you advise. Come with me now, and we will fix upon a station tonight, and afterwards you may be sure of finding me there between 6:30 and 10. Should you wish to see me at any other time, you will find me at the palace. I will not stir out between 8 and 9 in the morning. I must say I wish it were warmer weather, for a watch of 3 hours with the snow on the ground, and it is beginning to fall now, is not so pleasant a way of spending the evening as I had looked for when I came hither." Beorn went out with Ulf, and they fixed upon a doorway some 20 yards from the street down which the Norman had gone before. "We must hope he will go by the same way," Beorn said, "for should he turn to the right or left after issuing from the gate, he will have gone so far before you can run across and fetch me that we may well fail to pick up his track again. It were well if we could arrange some signal by which you would let me know should he so turn off. It would not do for you to call or whistle." "No, my lord, but I could howl like a dog. He would but think it some cur lying under the wall. I might howl once if he turns to the right, twice if he turns to the left, and you could then cross the ground in that direction, and I could meet you on the way without losing sight of him for long." "That would do well, Ulf, if you are sure you could imitate the howl of a dog so nearly that he would not suspect it." "I can do that," Ulf said confidently. "I have used the signal before with my comrades, and to make sure will go out to the fields and practise daily." A month passed. Harold was still away in the north, and complete success was attending his journey. The influence of Bishop Wulfstan, who was greatly respected throughout the kingdom, did much, but Harold himself did more. His noble presence, his courtesy to all, the assurances he gave of his desire that all men should be well and justly ruled, that evil doers of whatever rank should be punished, that there should be no oppression and no exaction of taxes beyond those borne by the whole community, won the hearts of the people. They were, moreover, gratified by the confidence that he had shown in coming among them, and seeing for the first time in the memory of man a monarch of England in Northumbria. Ulf and Beorn had kept regular watch, but without success, and Ulf's comrades had as steadily watched the other entrances. Beorn had 2 or 3 conferences with Ulf. He was becoming impatient at the long delay, though he acknowledged that it was possible it had been arranged that no more meetings should take place until it was known that Harold was about to return. The armourer was perhaps the most impatient of the three. He was doing nothing, and his anxiety made him so irritable and captious at his work that men wondered what had come over their master. After fretting for 3 weeks over his own inaction, he one morning told Ulf to go to Beorn and say that he begged to have speech with him. An hour later Beorn returned with Ulf. "I bethought me last night, my lord," Ulred said, "while I lay awake wondering over the matter, whether these fellows are still on board ship or are in lodgings in London." "Might be either, Ulred. I have frequently thought over the matter. Possibly they may have stayed on board their ship till she left, and then have come on shore in the guise of peaceful traders." "If the ship did not return at once they may still be on board," the armourer said, "for the wind has blown steadily from the east for the last 5 weeks, and no ships have been able to leave the port. I blame myself sorely that I did not think of it before, but at least I will lose no time now, if you think that good might come of it." "It would certainly be good if you could find either the ship or the house where the men are in lodging, but seeing that you know nothing of their appearance or number, nor the name of the ship in which they came, nor the port she sailed from, I see not how you could set about it." "I will first go to the Port Reeves office and find out the names of the ships that arrived just before the time that the meeting by the river took place. She may have come in early that day or on the day before. They would surely send word at once to him that they had arrived." "You might learn something that way, Ulred, but we do not know that the meeting Ulf saw was their first." "That is true, but as Ulf's friend declares that he certainly had not gone out that way during the evenings that he had been keeping watch, it is likely that it was their first meeting." "That is so, Ulred, and at any rate it would be well that you should make the inquiries, and that while we are keeping our watch as before, you should try to gather some tidings of the fellows in another way." Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A voyage north. The armourer found without any difficulty that 25 vessels, exclusive of small coasters, had arrived in the port during the 36 hours previous to the time of the meeting on the bank. Of these 18 were from English ports, 7 from Normandy, France or Flanders. 3 of the latter had sailed away, and of the 4 remaining in the port 2 were from Rouen, 1 from Calais and 1 from Flanders. Having obtained the names of these, he took boat and rowed down the river and ascertained where each lay at anchor. He then, with the assistance of some citizens of standing of his acquaintance, obtained a view of the manifests of their cargoes. The Flemish vessel carried cloth, the other 3 miscellaneous cargoes, wine, dried fish, cloth and other goods. The Flemish vessel was the largest. Those from Rouen and Calais were about the same size. All had discharged their cargoes and were waiting for a change of wind to drop down the river. There was nothing unusual to be observed on any of the ships. The men were for the most part down in the forecastle, for the weather was too severe for them to lounge about on deck. He talked the matter over with Beorn, and they agreed that it was most probable that the men would embark from Calais rather than Rouen. It was a far shorter and less perilous voyage, and moreover, as Frenchmen they could move about without attracting attention, while as Normans they would be viewed with a certain amount of hostility and suspicion. "I will make it my business to watch the vessel. I know not whether any good can come of it, but I would fain be doing something. If the wind changes she will doubtless proceed to sea, and if they are still on board of her they will come ashore, and I could see their numbers and where they put up." "That will indeed be important," Beorn said, "for we should then have 2 places to watch, and should be almost certain to get to the root of the matter. But how will you watch her?" "There are many houses near the water's edge on the southern side of the river near which the ship is lying, she having moved away from the quays when she discharged her cargo. I will hire a room in one of these, and will there pass as much of my time as I can, and I will take with me my apprentice Ernulf, whom I shall bid keep his eye upon the ship whenever I myself am away. I need say nothing whatever of the reason of my desire that I should be acquainted with everything that passes on board." Ulred succeeded in getting a room exactly opposite the French vessel, and sitting back from the window he was able himself, unseen, to notice everything that passed on board the ship, which lay scarce her own length from the shore. Upon the third day a boat containing a man wearing an ample cloak with a hood, which was pulled up far over his face, rowed up to the side of the ship and climbed up right nimbly into her waist. "It's a Saxon cloak," the armourer said to himself, "but those are Norman leggings. The man is tall, and the quickness with which he climbed over shows that he is young. I doubt not that that is our man. I would give a year's profits of the forge to be hidden down below at present. However, it is much to have learnt that this is really the ship, and that the Norman's friends are still on board. I would that Wulf were in London. He has a keen wit, and would hit on some plan by which we might get to the bottom of the matter. Beorn is a brave young thane, and were Wulf here would second him valiantly, but he has none of the other's quickness of thought. As soon as this fellow leaves the ship I will hurry back to take counsel with him, and hear what the boy Ulf, who is a marvellously shrewd little knave, may think of the matter." Half an hour later the boat put off again. A man came up to the side with the visitor and retired below as soon as he had left the ship. Ulred at once hurried off, hailed a boat a short distance higher up, and was rowed to Westminster. As soon as he gained the house he despatched Ulf to Beorn. The latter listened to the discovery that had been made, and then asked the armourer what he advised should be done. "That is just what I am at a loss about, my lord. Doubtless were we to go into the city and tell the port reeve that there are men on that craft who have designs against the king's life, he would pounce upon them and throw them into jail, but we have no evidence to give in support of the charge." Beorn nodded his head in agreement. "If I had half a dozen of my own men here," he said hotly, "I would go down in a boat after nightfall, seize the vessel, and put all on board to the sword." "That would hardly do, my lord," the armourer said gravely. "On the high seas doubtless the thing might be done, but here in the port of London it would be a desperate undertaking, especially as we have naught that in the eyes of the law would in any way justify such an action." "Well, let us have your own advice then," Beorn said impatiently. "You think they cannot be arrested, and they may not be slain. What do you counsel shall be done?" "I see nought to do but to continue to wait and watch. We are better off than we were before, inasmuch we know where these men are." "Yes, but we do not know where they will be to morrow, for we know nothing of what passed between Fitz Urse and them. Doubtless some settlement of their plans has been come to. They may land or may sail away, for methinks from the look of the sky there is like to be a change in the weather. You see, the Norman may have taken them news that Harold will soon be on his way back, for indeed a message arrived from him this morning with news that all things have been well nigh settled, and that he will shortly make for York, where he is to wed the sister of the northern earls. It may be that the ship may be bound thither also. You left your apprentice on watch, I suppose?" "Yes, I bade him keep his eye on the ship, and should any men leave her he is to follow on their track and mark their movements." "At any rate there can be little need for me to watch this evening," Beorn said. "As Fitz Urse has seen the others today, he cannot want to meet them to night." "No, that is certain," the armourer agreed, "but with your permission I will call Ulf in. I told him before I sent him to you what I had observed. Are you going to watch again this evening, boy?" he asked when Ulf entered. "Methinks there can be little chance of his going out again to night." "I shall keep an even stricter watch than usual, master," Ulf said, "for it may be that the agreement at which they arrived today is that they sail north, and in that case Walter Fitz Urse may go on board the ship and hide there until the wind changes and they can get up sail." "I think the boy is right, my lord. In a dark matter like this, where we know so little, it behoves us to provide for every chance. But I think not that there can be any need for you to be on watch, for it can hardly be that they will hold another consultation on the river bank." Ulf returned soon after 10 o'clock. "He has not gone out by my gate, master, but I find that my comrade is missing. When I went round as usual to the other entrance he was not there." "Perhaps he was tired and went home." "No, indeed," the boy replied indignantly. "He has sworn to do what I told him, and he knows that it would be bad for him if he broke his word. Besides, we are sworn comrades. He has never before failed me, and I cannot but think that he must have seen the man go out and followed him. I instructed him that if any time he saw a man like the one we are looking for, he was to follow him wherever he went, and to bring me word whether he met anyone, and whether he returned to the palace or went into any house. If he did so, he was to make a small mark on the doorpost with chalk, so that in the morning he would be able to point it out with surety. I will sit at my window and watch, and I warrant it will not be long before he is here." Half an hour later Ulf heard steps rapidly approaching, then a low whistle. He put his head out of the window. "What is the news, Edwin?" "A man came out in a cloak. He was tall. I followed him, and I heard a sword clink under the cloak, so I felt sure it was the man we have been looking for. I stole after him. He went straight down to the river and gave 2 short calls. A boat was rowed up. Only a word or 2 was spoken. Then he took his seat in it and was rowed away down the river." "You have done well, comrade," Ulf said. "I warrant that some good will come to us through your discovery. Good night." Ulf went and knocked at his master's door, and on Ulred opening it he told him the news. "I will go down right early," the armourer said. "It is beginning to rain, master. The frost has broken and the wind is soft and warm." "So much the worse, boy. I will be up at daylight, and you shall go down the river with me. I may want to send you back with a message to Beorn." Next morning they had rowed near to London Bridge when they saw a boat approaching. The day had broken, but the light was still uncertain. As the boat approached, however, Ulf said, "There is a boy in the boat, master, and he wears an apprentice's cap. Maybe it is Ernulf." The other boat was keeping close in shore, for the tide had begun to run down. The armourer told the boatman to row closer in, and presently called the boy's name. "Yes, master, it is I. I was just coming to you with news." In a couple of minutes the boats were alongside each other. "What is your news, Ernulf? But I can guess the ship has sailed." "Yes, master. I lay down by the open window, and half an hour before day broke I was aroused by the creaking of ropes, and looking out I could see that the ship was getting up sail. Tide was then just on the turn, and 5 minutes later her sails were spread and she went down the river. I came off to tell you, but it was some time before I could get a boat." "Come on board here, Ernulf," the armourer said. "Your message has saved us further journey." He then paid off the lad's boatman, and with his 2 apprentices returned to Westminster. "Beorn will be up by this time, Ulf. You had best go and tell him the news. I will come with you to save time, though I see not that there is aught to be done." The thane at once came out and chatted for some time with Ulred, while Ulf stood by, cap in hand. "It is certain that something should be done, and yet I see not what it can be. What think you, boy? I see by your eyes that you would fain speak." "I should say, my lord, that it would be a good thing if we could discover whether the Norman is still at the bishop's palace. He may have returned early this morning." "That can easily be done," Beorn said. "I will send my man to the bishop's and bid him ask one of the servants if Walter Fitz Urse is in. He need not say that he comes from me, only that he has a message to deliver. If the servant says he is there, I will bid my fellow slip away when the man goes to fetch him down. Supposing he has gone, as I should think he has done, what then?" "Then, my lord, I think there is more danger than if the Norman remained here. It may be that the Normans have returned to France and abandoned any plans they may have entertained, but it seems to me far more likely that they have gone north to carry out the enterprise." "Whither think you they will be bound, Ulf?" "I should say to the Humber, my lord. They may on landing proceed to York, or if they have really designs against the king's life, may take post somewhere on the road down from that city." "By my faith, the boy is right," Beorn said. "What say you, master armourer?" "I say the same, my lord. The villains have slipped through our fingers, and we can do nought to stay them. It seems to me that not an hour should be lost in sending a warning to the Thane of Steyning." "I will mount myself and ride north," Beorn said. "And I, my lord, will at once go down to the port and inquire if there be a ship sailing to-day for the Humber. Scarce a day passes that one or more do not start for the northern ports. Yes, Ulf, I shall take you with me. You are charged with this business by the Thane of Steyning, and I am but aiding you in it. I will go straight away to the city, my lord, and if a ship be sailing, and after so long a bout of east wind it is like that many will be doing so, I will be back in an hour with the news. Maybe I can find a quick sailor, and shall be at one of the ports in the Humber before the craft that left this morning. By the time you return I shall have found out whether Fitzurse is at the bishop's palace, and shall have my horses ready to mount." The armourer learnt in the city that several ships for the north had already dropped down the river, and that 3 others were hastily completing their lading, and would follow by the next tide. He learnt from a trader that one of them was considered especially fast, and being acquainted with the owner, he took the armourer with him and arranged for a passage for him and the boy. "You will have to be on board this afternoon," the owner said. "The shipmaster will not waste a tide, but as soon as it turns will up anchor and make his way down the river in the dark. He knows the channel well, and there will be light enough to enable him to hold on his course all night. The east wind may return again, and he might be caught, so he has decided to start as soon as the last bale is on board. He knows the sands well, and you may reckon on a speedy passage if the wind holds as it is, or even if it goes round to the east again, when he is once abreast of Harwich." On returning to Westminster, Ulred learned from Beorn that Fitzurse was there no longer, having, as a servant said, left for Normandy. "I am just starting, Ulred. Which will be at York first, you or I?" "Depends upon the wind, my lord. A ship can sail night and day, but a horse and rider must take some rest. It may be that we shall lay to at night, but that must depend upon the shipmaster. If the breeze holds and the ship goes on without stopping, methinks we shall be there before you." "At any rate," Beorn said, "we may feel sure that we shall both be in time. Whatever their designs, they will have to lay their plans and wait for their opportunity, and such may not come for some time. Farewell then, Ulred, and a safe voyage to you. As for me, I have had enough of the sea, and never wish to set foot on board a ship again, for what with the want of space and the tossing and the sickness, I would rather pass the time in bonds in a prison cell than be cooped up in a ship." A few minutes later Beorn, attended by his servants, started for the north, and in the afternoon Ulred, after giving many orders to his head man as to the conduct of the business during his absence, took boat, and with Ulf went on board the ship. To the armourer it was a very serious undertaking upon which he was embarking. He had never before set foot on board of a ship, and a sea voyage in those days was regarded as a very dangerous business. Nothing short of his loyalty to Harold would have induced him to have ventured on such an expedition. It was but a few months since that the Northumbrians had been burning and sacking the country round Northampton, and even putting aside the dangers of the sea, he regarded the visit to the north as full of peril. Ulf, on the other hand, was delighted. To him the journey was full of interest and excitement, and on his return he would be regarded as a great traveller by his comrades. His face, therefore, as he climbed on board ship, was in strong contrast to the grave and serious visage of his master. Before the vessel had passed Greenwich he had made the acquaintance of the 2 ship's boys, and soon felt perfectly at home on board. He watched with great interest other craft that they met or passed, and noted with great satisfaction that they overhauled several who had, when first seen, been 2 or 3 miles ahead. The wind was blowing briskly from the southwest, and with her great sail set the vessel ran quickly through the water. Even when the tide turned she held on her course, and keeping close in shore made good way against it. Many times during the night he went out from the close sleeping space to assure himself that the vessel was still making way. When morning broke the tide had again turned, and Ulf found that the vessel was now holding her course near the middle of the river, which had widened to an extent that seemed wonderful to him. "Where have we got to now?" he asked one of the boys. "Are we out at sea? There does not seem to be any land on the right hand." "You would see it if it were clear. We are just opposite Foulness. The vessel rolls about a good deal." "Do you feel ill?" the boy laughed. "This is nothing." "No, I feel hungry, but that is all. If the wind holds as it is we shall not have it rougher than this, for we shall steer more and more north, and as we always keep inside the sands the land will shelter us. The shortest passage is straight ahead, but we generally go through a channel between two sands into the Wallet, which lies between the sands and the Essex shore. There are not many shipmasters who will come down the river below Sheerness at night, and even our master would not try it with a falling tide. But even if one does touch when the tide is rising, one soon gets off again. She won't roll about so much when we get inside the sands, and beside, I heard the master say that he thought the wind would fall lighter as the sun got up." "I should like it to keep on just as it is," Ulf said. "I do not want it to blow so hard that we must go into port, and I don't want it to blow so light that we shall go slowly." "What are you in such a hurry for?" the boy asked. "There are some people my master knows who have gone up in a ship that started yesterday morning, and my master wants to be there before them." "You need not be afraid. He is sure to be there first. Like enough we have passed them already. The wind was not so strong yesterday as it was in the night, and I expect they had to anchor when the tide turned. If they have a master who knows the sands well they may have gone on when the tide turned again, but it was likely they would anchor before they got down to Sheerness. If they did we passed them 3 or 4 hours ago. But anyhow you are sure to be in first. We often beat vessels that started with us by a week. Most of them go outside all the sands when it is fine weather, but we always keep inside, and it makes a great difference, for the tides do not run strong, and even with a light wind we can make way against them, while those outside have to anchor." "I can't make out how you can find your way in the dark." "If it is a thick night and the weather is bad we anchor, but when it is clear enough to see the stars, or if the wind is steady so as to give us our direction, we go on. There is a man always standing at the side with a lead line, and that tells us the depth of the water, which is quite guide enough for the master. Of course we never sail in rough weather, for if we went on the sand then we should soon go to pieces, but if it is fine, when we stick fast, which is very seldom, we put out the anchor and lower the sail and go to sleep until the tide floats us up again. Come up into the top. You can see a great deal further from there than you can from the deck." Ulf found no difficulty in mounting to the top, although he was much longer than his companion in getting up. There were several sail following them, and Ulf was surprised at the knowledge his companion showed of vessels that appeared to him almost precisely similar. "The one nearest to us is the Alfred," he said. "I know her by that patch on her sail. She trades with Harwich. Those 2 smaller craft behind are bound, I should say, for Colchester or Malden. That craft 2 miles ahead of us is a foreigner. You can see her sail has a longer yard than the others, and the sail is narrower at the bottom than it is at the top. Those 2 or 3 small craft you see inshore have passed through the channel we shall follow into the Wallet. The furthest one is going on to Harwich, the others into the rivers. There is a craft about our own size hull down close by the land. She may be going to Harwich, or may be going on north. She looks to me like a foreigner. If so, she has come last from London. French and Flemish ships do not come within 50 miles of this. And now I must go down. We do the cooking, and breakfast must be ready in half an hour, or the master will be storming at us." The wind held steadily from the southwest, and the vessel ran along near the shore in smooth water. The armourer had been ill the first night, but he came on deck soon after breakfast, and when once the vessel was past the mouth of Harwich Bay and was close inland, he soon recovered. On the morning of the 4th day after leaving port she entered the mouth of the Humber, and by 9 o'clock arrived at Hull. Landing at once, the armourer found a small vessel on the point of starting for York, and in half an hour from the time of weighing anchor the tide turned, and they ran rapidly along, helped by the flood. "At what time will you reach York?" the armourer asked the master. "By daylight tomorrow. We shall sail on until the flood is spent, then anchor and go on again as soon as the ebb has done." How far will you be from York when you anchor?" "We shall most likely get to Selby, some 14 miles away by the road, though farther by the turns of the river." "Could you put us ashore there, for we are anxious to reach the city as soon as possible?" "Oh yes, I will put you ashore in the boat either there or wherever else we may bring up." They were 3 miles short of Selby when the ebb began to come down and the anchor was dropped. The armourer and Ulf were at once landed, and shouldering their bundles they set out at a brisk pace and passed through Selby at 4 o'clock. No questions were asked of them. There was but a small difference of dress between the people of various parts of England, and it was no unusual sight to see traders and others passing along the road on their way to the northern capital. "I am right glad to be on firm land again," Ulred said, "for although after the first night matters have been better than I expected, there was always a movement that seemed to make my head swim." "I liked it, master," Ulf said, "and if it were not that I am going to be an armourer I would gladly be a sailor." "You might not have said so if you had seen bad weather, and moreover it is one thing to be a passenger with nought to do but to amuse yourself, and another to be always hauling at ropes and washing down decks as a sailor. I am glad night is coming on, for I feel strange in this country. I know nothing of it, and in the dark one place is like another." "I would much rather walk along this road in the dark," Ulf laughed, "than along some of the streets of London, where one may step any moment into a deep hole or stumble into a heap of refuse." "At any rate, in the dark no one can see we are strangers, Ulf, and though I should not think there would be robbers on the road so near to York, these Danes are rough folk, and I want to meet none of them. One man, or even two, I in no ways fear, but when it comes to half a dozen, even the best sword player may wish himself out of it." They met, however, but 1 or 2 men on the road, and beyond exchanging the usual salutation nothing was said. But Ulred was well pleased when about 7 o'clock they entered the streets of York. They had already learned that the royal marriage had taken place on the previous day, and that the king was expected to remain in York 2 days longer before journeying south. There was a banquet being held at the archbishop's palace, where the king was lodged, and on arriving there they found that it would at present be impossible to get at Wulf, as supper had just been served. A small bribe, however, was sufficient to induce one of the bishop's servants to take the message to Osgod, who would be stationed near his master's chair, that his father was at the entrance, and prayed him to come out to him as soon as possible. A few minutes later the tall Saxon came out with an expression of utter bewilderment on his face. "Is it really you, father, in flesh and blood?" he exclaimed as his eyes fell on Ulred. "I have never been taken for a ghost, Osgod, and if I were to give thee a buffet methinks you would have no doubt upon the matter." "But what brings you here, father? If they had told me that the great abbey tower stood without I could not have been more surprised." "Do you not see that I have brought Ulf with me, Osgod? If your head were not so thick you would guess at once that I have come about the business upon which he was charged." Osgod looked relieved. That his father should be in York had seemed to him so strange and outrageous that he had first doubted his own eyes, and then his father's sanity. Now for the first time the object of his coming flashed upon him. "Is there danger, father?" "Methinks there is great danger, but the story is a long one." "Then I cannot wait to hear it now, for I must needs return to Wulf. I whispered in his ear that I must leave for a moment, but that I should be back directly." "Then just whisper to him again, Osgod, that I have an urgent need for speech with him. I suppose Beorn has not arrived?" "Beorn?" Osgod repeated vaguely. "The Thane of Fareham," the armourer said sharply. "Are your wits wool gathering altogether?" "No, he is not here, nor has Wulf said a word of his coming, as he assuredly would have done had he expected him." "Well, when I tell you that he is riding from London while I have come thence by sea, you may suppose that we thought the matter urgent." "I will tell Wulf at once, father, but I am sure that he cannot come out for an hour yet. The matter will keep that while. I will go and look for a lodging for us, and get something to eat, for we have walked some 17 miles, and my legs are not so accustomed to exercise as my arms. In an hour we will be here again." Ulred and his apprentice had returned to the gate of the bishop's palace but a few minutes when Wulf came out, followed by Osgod. "Your message must be an important one indeed, Ulred, to cause you to leave the forge and to undertake so long a voyage. And you say Beorn is riding hither on the same errand?" "He is. It is a sort of race between us, and it seems that we have won." "Let us step aside from here," Wulf said. "There are too many gathered about to stare at the guests as they come and go for us to talk unobserved. The cathedral yard is close by, and there will be no fear of eavesdroppers there." "It is Ulf's story," the armourer said when they reached the shadow of the cathedral. "It is to him that the matter was committed, and though he was forced to take me into his confidence, the merit of following up the matter, if merit there be, is his." Ulf accordingly related the story of his watching, the discovery he had made by the river, and how Walter Fitz Urse had been afterwards seen to embark and had not returned. Ulred then stated how he had discovered the ship from which the boat had come, and had seen the Norman go on board, and how, when he learned that the ship had sailed, he had, after seeing Beorn, taken passage in another vessel. "We have come up fast," he said, "and the opinion of the master was that we have gained a full day on any craft that started that morning. Of course we know not that the villains have come hither. They may have returned to France. They may have gone up some of the other rivers in order to take post on the road the king will follow on his way south. But at any rate we felt it right that you should know that Fitz Urse, with those whom he has been holding secret communication, have left London." "You have done rightly indeed, Ulred, and in the king's name and for myself I thank you heartily. Of course we are still without any proof that Fitz Urse is conspiring against the king's life. It was unfortunate indeed that Ulf did not understand the first conversation he heard, but I ought to have foreseen that it was likely that any talk Fitz Urse might have with the others would be in Norman. I cannot think now how I could have overlooked such a probability. Of course, in the years he has been over here he has learned to speak our language, but it would be with Normans he would deal in the matter of which we suspect him. I will give myself the night to think over the matter before I decide what steps we had better take. Inside the bishop's palace at any rate the king is safe, and as you say it is not likely that the Normans can be here for a day at least. If their ship is a French one the master will be ignorant of the dangers of the coast, and instead of threading his way through the channels of the sands as your master did, will have held his course far outside them. I would we knew how many men are engaged in the matter." "As to that we have no clue," the armourer said. "There was the man of his own rank and the other two who met him on the bank, but whether these were all, or whether there were a score of others on board the ship, I know not. Certainly none showed themselves on the deck while I was watching them, but this proves nothing. They would naturally be kept in concealment, for had there been an unusual number of men on board, inquiries would have been made as to whom they were and their business. I will meet you here at 7 tomorrow morning, Ulred, and we shall then have time to talk the matter over more fully." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An attempt at assassination. When Wulf met the armourer next morning in the cathedral close, he was accompanied by Beorn, who said, laughing to the latter, "You have beaten me fairly, friend Ulred, and it is well that I had no wager with you on the race. But it was not by much, for I rode in here as the bells were chiming 11. I was glad to hear from Wulf, when I roused him up, that he had learnt all the news from you, for indeed I was sore weary, and was right pleased to wrap myself in my cloak and go straight to sleep instead of having to sit up for an hour expounding my story. We have resolved in the first place, Ulred, to say naught of this matter to the king," began Wulf. "He will have enough to occupy all his thoughts in the affairs of the kingdom, and in the second place his nature is so open that he will refuse to believe in such villainy unless upon strong proof, and of actual proof we have none. Beorn's appearance here will excite no surprise. He will say that having naught in particular to occupy him, he had ridden north to be at the wedding, and finding that he was too late would at any rate ride back with the king. With him and me and Osgod ever on the watch, methinks there will be little fear of a surprise, and it is by surprise only that they can succeed, for Harold himself is a match for any 4 or 5 ordinary men if he has but time to draw his sword. I will, however, on some excuse, have half a score of Harold's housecarls placed under my orders, and sleeping or waking the king shall never be a moment unguarded. I should not think it is likely that Fitzurse will have more than 5 or 6 men associated with him in such an enterprise. He would not take more into his confidence than he could help, and 6 would suffice as well as a score for a surprise, and that number could travel in disguise without exciting attention, while 20 would assuredly do so. Therefore I feel sure that we shall not have to deal with more than 6, including the 2 leaders. Ulf, do you station yourself at the river bank and mark any vessels arriving. If the men come hither they will probably do as you did, leave their ship at Hull and come up by a local trader. They would thus avoid all questions that might be asked if passing through the country on foot. And what is there for me to do, my lord Wulf? The armourer said. Frankly, I have gone so far in this matter that I would fain see it through. Of course we reckon upon you, Ulred. I have been talking it over with Beorn, and it seemed to us that the best thing for you will be to ride with Osgod. You can either make some slight change in your clothes and ride as a man of mine, or you can ride as Osgod's father, who, having come up here on matters connected with your business, have obtained permission to ride in my train with him. I will see that you have that permission. I care not how I go, so that I can be at hand if there is a blow to be struck for the king. And in that case, Ulred, it were best you went as my man, for you would then have the entry of the houses where the king will stop and can aid us in keeping guard. That will do well for me, Ulred replied. Ulf had best journey back as he came. He might go by ship after the king has left here. No, he shall travel with us. I will see the chamberlain who has charge of the arrangements of the journey, and will get leave for him to ride in the waggons with the servants. During the 3 days before the king left York, Ulf kept a vigilant watch over the boats that came up the river, but he could see nothing of the men he was searching for. Wulf had bought a horse for the armourer, and when they started the latter took his place by Osgod's side, while Ulf was seated in one of the waggons. The king rode with Bishop Wulfstan. Next to them rode the 4 thanes who had accompanied them through their journey, and next to these Wulf and Beorn came on together. Behind came the queen's litter, with a guard of housecarls, the main body of whom rode just behind, while the waggons and servants brought up the rear. We need not trouble ourselves on the march, Beorn. It is not while the king rides with so strong a following that the blow will be struck. I see not when they can ever get a chance, Beorn said. The king will stop always at religious houses, and they will scarcely storm a convent to get at him. They would not attempt to storm it, Beorn, but they might enter it secretly. But for my own part, I think the most dangerous time is when he mounts or dismounts. There is always a crowd assembled to see him, and 2 or 3 reckless men might rush forward and stab him. It would be at the cost of their own lives, Beorn objected. It might be, but they would reckon much on the confusion that would follow, and might think so to get away. They would probably have horses somewhere close at hand, and might ride for the port where they had left their ship. It is a great stake they are playing for, and doubtless they are desperate men. Though they would know the danger, they might calculate that some at least would escape to claim the reward. Then again they might manage to mingle with the servitors at one of the places where we stop. This would not be difficult, for many beside the usual establishment would be hired to aid in the preparations for the reception of the king. That might be their safest plan, for were he stabbed suddenly at a meal, the assassins might very well escape in the confusion. The first night they slept at a monastery at the village of Bota. The establishment was but a small one, and could entertain only the king and queen, with the thanes and their personal attendants. The rest of the train were lodged in the village. Although they had little fear that an attack would be ventured in so quiet a village, where the presence of strangers would at once attract attention, Wulf, Beorn and Osgod kept watch in turns all night in the corridor. The night passed without cause of alarm, and the next day they rode to Nottingham, where they were lodged in the bishop's palace. Beorn and Wulf agreed that this was the place where there was the greatest likelihood of an attack being made on Harold's life. The ship might have sailed up the river and landed her passengers a few miles from the town, where, among the number of country people who would flock in to obtain sight of the king, no one would think of questioning strangers. The armourer and Ulf were charged to wander about the streets and to closely scan every face. Wulf had with some difficulty obtained from Harold the command of 12 of the soldiers. "I have my reasons, my lord king, though I would rather not state them. I would remind you that I have shown that it is not my habit to take alarm lightly. Your brother Gurth laughed at me when I begged to watch over his camp with my housecarls, and I saved him from a sudden attack by the Welsh thereby." "Then you think that there is a danger of an attack upon me, Wulf?" "I said not so, my lord. I have only begged you to appoint 12 of your men to obey my orders solely during your journey to London." "You should do as you like, Wulf," the king said at last. "You have proved yourself brave as well as prudent before now, and you are not given to vain fears. Therefore do as you please, but let me know naught about it. I shall have to receive the visits of all the thanes in the neighbourhood when I reach Nottingham, and the same in other towns. There will be many persons coming in with petitions for the redress of grievances, and I would not have my thoughts disturbed by other matters." "You shall know naught about it, my lord," Wulf said. "It is like enough that nothing will come of the matter, and none will be more glad than myself to find that I am mistaken." Orders accordingly had been given to the officer of the king's guard to hand over 12 of his men to Wulf, and the latter had begged him to choose 12 of his most intelligent men for this service. As soon as they reached Nottingham, Wulf took his small command aside. "You have been chosen," he said, "for a special duty. I have learned that there are disaffected men who may possibly make an attempt on the king's life. You are to say no word of what I tell you to anyone. Meet me over by that wall in half an hour after sunset. Gather quietly one by one so as to attract no attention. You will be posted round the palace. Keep watch and ward during the night. As soon as it is daylight, half of you will lie down and sleep till midday, and then be in readiness for fresh duty. The others I will instruct as to where to hold themselves. The king will remain here 2 days, and watch must be kept over his safety night and day." As soon as their apartments were assigned to the different guests, Wulf went outside and examined the windows of the rooms to be occupied by the king. They were on the first floor and looked into a garden surrounded by a high wall. "At any rate, there is little fear of successful surprise from this side," Wulf said to Beorn, who was with him. "It would need a ladder to scale the wall, and this would have to be pulled up for them to descend in the garden, and then carried across to mount to the window. If we post Ulred with 2 men here, and let 4 others lie down near to change guard every 2 hours, it will be ample. For on an alarm being given, the Normans, however numerous, will see that their attempt must fail. We can therefore send the other 6 to bed after supper is over, for we cannot suppose that they would be so daring as to force their way into the palace at any other point." As soon as it was dark, Ulred and 6 of the soldiers were placed in the garden. The others were directed to hold themselves in readiness to take their post in the banqueting hall. Just before the bell sounded for supper, Wulf was told that a boy desired to speak to him at the gate. He hurried out, and as he expected saw Ulf waiting there. "What news, Ulf? Hast seen Walter Fitz Urse?" "I have not seen him, my lord, but I am sure that I heard him speak. There was a great crowd in the square after the king had entered, and among those round me I heard one man speak to another in a foreign tongue, and the voice was assuredly that of Walter Fitz Urse. It was but 2 or 3 words he said, but having listened to him for well nigh half an hour that night by the river, I am certain I was not mistaken in the voice. Close beside me were 2 cowled monks, and I believe that it was one of them who spoke. I looked round at the faces of the other men standing near, but they all seemed honest countrymen or townfolk. I should have followed the monks to see where they went, but at that moment there was a rush among the crowd to see some mummers who had just commenced their antics, and I was swept along by it, and though I have been searching ever since, and have so stared up into the cowls of monks that I have been cursed for an insolent boy many times, I have not seen our man." "Thanks, Ulf. It is something to have learned that he is here. As to his disguise, he may by this time have changed it. Still I will be on my guard, and will take care that no cowed monk approaches too closely to the king. Take your place here at the gate and watch all who come in and out, and if you see aught suspicious send in a soldier whom I will place by your side to fetch me out." One of the men was accordingly placed with the boy, with orders to come to Wulf, whether at the table or in the king's room, the moment Ulf told him to do so. When the others went into the banquet, Wulf posted 2 men just outside the door, and placed the other 3 back against the wall nearest to the king's chair. Here, standing against the arras, they were concealed from the sight of the guests by the crowd of servitors passing to and fro. "Stand with your hands on your daggers," Wulf said to them, "and watch every man who approaches the king, no matter of what degree he may appear. Be ready to spring forward in an instant if you see his hand go to his dagger." The bishop and king sat next to each other in the centre of the table on the dais. On either side were the king's thanes, abbots, and other dignitaries of the church, and the nobles of the country. Wulf and Beorn had begged to be excused from supping, and permission had readily been granted by the king, as he knew that the bishop would be glad at having 2 extra seats at his disposal, and they also, standing back by the wall, closely scrutinized the movements of the attendants. It was a relief to them when supper was over and the bishop and his principal guests retired to a private room. The 5 soldiers were then told that they would not be required until morning. Wulf went out to the gate and learned from Ulf that he had seen no one enter whom he took for Fitz Urse. "He may have gone in by some other entrance, my lord," he said, "for there are 3 or 4 ways into the palace. We shall be on watch inside, Ulf. You need stay no longer. Be here in the morning at 7. After the king and queen had retired to bed and the palace was quiet, Wulf, Beorn and Osgod stole from their room, and noiselessly passed along the corridors until they came to the king's apartment, and then lay down across the door. They were to keep watch in turns, Osgod being told to keep the first watch and to rouse Wulf at midnight. This he did, and Wulf lay for some time listening intently. The corridor was faintly lit by 2 lamps, one at either end. Wulf had chosen the middle watch, because he thought that if any attempt was made it would be soon after midnight, as the assassins would wish to have many hours of darkness in which to make their escape. He knew that Beorn was a sound sleeper and could scarcely be trusted to keep awake from midnight until 4 o'clock, and that it were best he himself watched during that time. Half an hour passed, and then he heard a very slight noise. A moment later 4 figures appeared at the end of the corridor. He dared not wake his companions, for they might speak or move, but he grasped his sword hilt, having drawn the blade in readiness when Osgod woke him. The men advanced stealthily, and as they approached he saw they had drawn swords in their hands. They paused a few paces away, and in a whisper one said, "Here are 3 fellows asleep. What shall we do with them?" "Draw your daggers and stab them to the heart," another replied. "Each take one, and do not bungle over it. As you strike I will open the door and rush in. Now!" Wulf had gathered his legs under him in readiness to spring to his feet as soon as he saw the figures, and as they swiftly advanced he leapt up with a shout and crossed swords with the man nearest to him. "Cut him down, kill him, it is too late to draw back now," one of the men cried. The others, who had recoiled a moment when Wulf sprang up, rushed at him just as he cut down the man he had first engaged. "Cut them down and fly," the one who had before given orders exclaimed, lunging furiously at Wulf. "Easier said than done, Walter Fitz Urse," Wulf exclaimed as he parried a blow and dealt one in return. It lighted on his opponent's shoulder, but the blade shivered in his hand, for it had fallen upon mail armour concealed under the Norman's garment. "It is my turn now," Fitz Urse exclaimed, and raised his sword to strike a sweeping blow at Wulf's head, but before it could fall the latter leapt forward and caught the uplifted wrist, the impetus of the spring throwing his opponent backwards, while Wulf fell heavily upon him, and for a moment they rolled over and over. But Wulf was by far the most powerful, and speedily got the upper hand. He had not noticed that his opponent, while holding his sword in his right hand, had his dagger already drawn in his left. The sword had flown from Fitz Urse's hand as he fell, and Wulf, believing him to be powerless, glanced round to see how the fray went with the others, when the Norman stabbed him deeply in the side. Before he could repeat the blow, Wulf snatched his own dagger from his girdle and buried it in the assassin's throat. Then he raised himself on his left hand. It was but a matter of seconds since the fight had commenced, but it was already over. Osgod had slain one man, Beorn was following a flying opponent down the corridor, and Harold, sword in hand, had just rushed from his chamber. Wulf saw no more, but fell over insensible by the side of his adversary. "What is all this?" Harold shouted as he turned to Osgod, the only figure standing, raising his sword as he spoke, for in the dim light he did not recognize him. "It means, my lord, there has been an attempt on your life. I am Osgod, Wulf's man. I fear my brave young master is killed," and he dropped on his knees by Wulf's side. By this time doors were opening all along the corridor, and the king's thanes and other guests, awakened by Wulf's shout and the clashing of swords, were pouring out, armed with the first weapon they could snatch up. "Bring lights," Harold shouted. "My life has been attempted, and I fear that the brave Thane of Steyning is killed." The alarm spread fast, and the palace, so lately hushed and silent, was now in an uproar, while the bishop, with many other ecclesiastics, with servants, retainers, and men at arms, mingled with the thanes. "Keep all back," Harold cried. "Let none approach these bodies until we have examined them." Torches were soon brought, and Harold seized one and bent over Wulf's body. "Is he dead?" "His heart beats but feebly, my lord," Osgod replied. "Where is he hurt?" "There is a great patch of blood here on his right side, just over the hip. I see no other sign of a wound." "We will carry him into my chamber," the king said. "But no, I forgot, the queen is there. We will take him into the room opposite. It matters not whose it is. Now, Osgod, aid me to lift him gently. Bishop, I pray you send for the leeches most skilled in the treatment of sword wounds in the city." Then he and Osgod carried Wulf into the chamber opposite his own and laid him on a pallet. "Now see to the staunching of the flow of the blood till the leeches arrive. I must inquire into this matter. Who knows aught about it?" he asked as he went out into the corridor. "I do, my lord king," Beorn replied as he pushed his way through the throng. "It was a plot to take your life. Wulf, his man Osgod, and myself had no certain knowledge of it, but we had cause for suspicion, and therefore lay outside your door. We were to take it in turns to watch. Wulf was on guard, and as I awoke at his shout I saw him cut down that villain who lies there with a cleft skull. There were 3 others. I fell upon one, Osgod took another, while Wulf engaged the man who seemed to be the leader. Wulf's sword broke, but he closed with his opponent and they fell together. Osgod ran his man through, and my opponent fled. I could not catch him until he reached the door, but as that was closed he could fly no further, and I slew him there. Who and what are these men, good Beorn?" "They are, I believe, Normans, but I know naught for certain beyond the fact that the leader, he with whom Wulf was engaged, is Walter Fitz-Urse, who was a page to the Bishop William of London, and was well known at the court." Exclamations of fury and indignation broke from those around, with the cries of "Death to the Normans!" Harold raised his hand. "Silence, my friends. Let us be fair and just as it becomes Englishmen. There are villains of all nations, and it is not because 4 caitiffs have thought to do good service to their duke by getting rid of me that we should blame men who will abhor this crime as much as we can do. First let us see if Beorn is right as to this man. Hold a torch to his face. It is Fitz-Urse truly. He was of knightly blood, but has died in a most unknightly business. Wulf's dagger is still in his throat. Let us see if we know anything of the others." "I think that you will find them all strangers, my lord," Beorn said. "I believe they came from beyond the sea to do this deed." The man whom Wulf had first slain was evidently by his dress a person of some rank. The other was of inferior station, as was also, as it was found, the man Beorn had killed. "And now, my lord bishop," the king said calmly, "we have a right to ask you how these men came to be in your palace. Know you aught of them?" "I know nothing of them," the bishop replied. "So far as I am aware, I have never seen any of their faces before, and assuredly they were not here with my cognizance. I will at once question all my people shrewdly, and woe be to him who has admitted strangers here unknown to me at the time when you were beneath my roof. And have this house searched from basement to roof, Bishop. It may be that there are others in hiding." "With your permission, my lord," said Beorn, "I will at once take your men, of whom we have posted 6 under your window, and will call up some more and search the town. It is likely that there are others without with horses held in readiness for these assassins to escape." "Do so, Beorn. It will be well if we can catch some at least, so that we can get to the bottom of this matter." The bishop at once ordered his armed retainers to accompany Beorn, and then proceeded to interrogate his officials and the domestics, and to see that the latter made a complete search of the palace. All denied any knowledge of strangers having entered, and the search revealed nothing but 4 monks' gowns and hoods, found wrapped in a bundle in a small room downstairs. Further questions had been then put. Some of the domestics remembered that 4 monks had entered the palace late in the evening, and one of the under chamberlains said that he had seen them, and they had told him that they had just arrived from Flanders and craved permission to sleep in the palace for the night, as they were going on to Peterborough in the morning. He had told them that this was impossible, as he could give no permission without the leave of the bishop, who was at present with the king and could not be disturbed, and that, moreover, every room in the palace was occupied. He had given them the address of a citizen who would, he was sure, take them in. They had thanked him and said they would go there, but doubtless instead of doing so they had slipped aside and had hidden themselves in the room where their gowns were found. It was one used only for the storage of garments for poor travellers who came along, and no one was likely to enter it on such an evening. This discovery was a great relief to the bishop and all within the palace, as it showed that they were not there with the connivance of any of the prelate's people. Before the matter was fully unravelled, Beorn returned. They had, in a quiet spot a short distance from the palace, come upon 2 men with 6 horses. Before they could run up and seize them, the 2 men had leapt into the saddles and galloped furiously away. Unfortunately, the other 4 horses had followed, and immediate pursuit was therefore impossible. The housecarls had run to the spot where their horses were stabled and had gone off in pursuit, but Beorn feared that the men would have far too great a start to be overtaken. One of the officers had ridden with the housecarls, and Beorn had told him to keep by the river bank, as the men would assuredly make for a ship that was lying somewhere down the river, though whether at a distance of 2 miles or 20 he knew not. Long before Beorn's return, Wulf's wound had been examined. Unguents had been poured into it and bandages applied. The surgeons were of an opinion that it was a very grave one, but that at present they could not say how the matter would terminate. "Your story will keep till morning, Beorn," the king said. "It is still 5 hours to daylight, and we may as well retire to rest, unless indeed you know that there are others engaged in the affair in London or elsewhere, who should be arrested before the news of the night's business reaches them." "I know of none such," Beorn said, "and I believe that these 4 and the 2 who have escaped were alone concerned in it. I will bring with me in the morning a man and a boy who know more than I do of the matter. They and Osgod, with whom Wulf will assuredly have talked it over, will be able to tell you all that was known up to the moment when these men entered the palace." The armourer and Ulf told their story in the morning, and Beorn took Osgod's place by Wulf's bedside, while he too was questioned by the king. The latter then went to Wulf's chamber. "What say the leeches this morning, Beorn?" "They are somewhat more hopeful, my lord. They say that his heart beats more strongly than it did last night. Osgod says that he has not moved or opened his eyes, but they say that this is not a bad sign, and that it may be anxiety has brought on an exhaustion, for his breathing is more like that of one who sleeps than of a man wounded to death." "His face has grievously changed since yesterday," the king said sadly, looking down upon Wulf. "I would give my right hand rather than he should die. You have of a surety saved my life among you, Beorn, you and his stout man at arms, and the worthy armourer and that shrewd apprentice of his, for had they entered my chamber and taken me unawares they would have slain me without a doubt." I have done the best I could since I learnt from the armourer the suspicion that Wulf entertained, but the whole thing is Wulf's doing. Had I heard that Walter Fitzurse was back in London, I should have given the matter no further thought than it was one Norman the more. It was, as he told me, some words that Baron de Burgh said when he saw him over in Normandy the other day that first set him thinking. Then he could not understand why Fitzurse should return to London at this time, when Normans are not over welcome there, and this caused him to have some sort of suspicion as to his reasons for undertaking such a journey, and determined to set a watch on the fellow's movements. Had it been any other than Wulf who had so acted, I should have laughed at his suspicions, but he is as a brother to me, and knowing how sharp are his wits, I am always well content to follow him without question. I first heard of the matter after the discovery that the Norman was having secret meetings with some of his countrymen who were concealed on board a ship, and I at once felt sure that Wulf had not been running on a false trail, and so did the little I could to aid those who had the matter in hand. You have done well, Beorn, though as you say it is doubtless Wulf to whom the chief credit is due. I regretted at first that the other two men had escaped, but had they been taken they might, to save their own lives, have implicated others, and I might have been forced to lay a complaint against the Duke of Normandy. As it is now, the matter is at an end. 4 men have tried to murder me and have been killed. Their bodies have been buried this morning, and there is no more to be said about it. I was obliged to go down and show myself to the people an hour since, for they assembled in a great crowd, clamouring to see me so that they might know I was safe. I told them that while I thanked them for their loyal care, there was naught to be alarmed about. It was true there had been an attempt on my life by 4 men, of whom the leader had a private grudge against me for a disservice I did him some years ago, but that all had been killed by my guards without even penetrating my chamber, and that I had run no sort of personal risk, nor had I any reason whatever to suppose that the malefactors had accomplices either within or without the palace. Late in the evening, when the surgeons were applying pungent salts to his nostrils, Wulf opened his eyes. Osgod was standing beside him, holding on to one of his hands. "It is all well, master," he said. "We finished them all off, and no harm has happened to the king. You have been hurt, but I hope you will soon be better. The leeches say that you are not to talk, and you had best sleep as much as you can. They have got some stuff for you to drink here. Do you lie still, and I will pour it between your lips." A look of intelligence came into Wulf's eyes as Osgod spoke. He smiled faintly and murmured, "Thank God the king is safe." He swallowed a few spoonfuls of the potion Osgod held to his lips, and then closing his eyes, his regular breathing soon showed that he was asleep again. On the following day the king proceeded on his way to London, Beorn remaining to nurse Wulf. The king would have loaded Ulred with presents, but the sturdy armourer refused to receive anything save a small gold cup in remembrance. "I want no reward for doing my duty," he said. "I have my trade that keeps me, and I should be no happier were I laden with money. All that I have done in the matter has been to watch for a few hours at a window, and to make a journey by ship to York, and I should be ashamed of myself indeed if I could not take that slight trouble for my king without looking for a reward." As to Ulf, he was thanked and praised, but the king decided to take no steps to alter his condition until Wulf should be well enough to be consulted in the matter. It was a fortnight before the doctors were able to state with any confidence that the young thane was on the road towards recovery, and still another month before he had gained sufficient strength to be carried in a litter to London. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Northern Invasion. The news of Harold's marriage to Ealdgyth put an end to the demands of William of Normandy that Harold should take one of his daughters to wife, and in the complaints that he addressed to all Christendom against Harold, the breach of his promise in this respect was placed far more prominently than his failure to carry out his oath to be the duke's man. It must have been evident indeed to all that it was beyond the power of the English king to keep this oath, obtained from him by force and treachery. He had been elected by the voice of the English people, and had no more power than the meanest of his subjects to hand the crown they had bestowed to another. The breach of this oath, however, served to obtain all the aid that the church could give to William. Harold was solemnly excommunicated, and the struggle for which the duke was preparing thereupon assumed the character of a sacred war. In England itself the bull of excommunication had no effect whatever. The great bulk of bishops and clergy were Englishmen, and thought far more of their king than of any foreign prince or prelate. Even the bishops and abbots of Norman blood disregarded the commination and remained staunch to Harold. He had been a generous patron to the church, had maintained them in all the privileges and dignities that Edward had bestowed upon them, and possessed the love of the whole English people. Therefore, in spite of ban and interdict, the churches remained open. Services were held as usual, and people were married and buried as if the papal bull had never been issued. But it was not so on the continent. The Norman barons as a body had at first refused to support the duke in an invasion of England, but as individuals they had been brought round to join William's project, and to give far more aid in ships and men than they were bound to do by their feudal engagements. Having accomplished this, William issued an invitation to all adventurous spirits in Europe to join him in his crusade against the excommunicated King of England, promising that all should share alike in the plunder of England and in the division of its land. The bait was a tempting one. Some joined the enterprise merely for the sake of gaining glory under the banner of one who was regarded as the greatest military leader in Europe. Others were influenced by love of gain, while, as in the Crusades, numbers joined to obtain absolution for past misdeeds by taking part in an enterprise blessed by the Pope. Thus the force which William was collecting greatly exceeded that which the resources of Normandy alone could have set on foot. Among the first to hurry to the court of William as soon as Harold's accession to the throne was known was Tostig, in whose mind the refusal of Harold to embark in a civil war for his sake, and to force him upon the people of Northumbria in spite of their detestation of him, was an injury not to be forgiven. The fact that Tostig was ready thus to sacrifice England to his own private quarrel showed a baseness and recklessness that could hardly be expected from his early career. William naturally accepted the alliance, received Tostig's oath of allegiance, and aided him in fitting out a number of ships manned by Norman and Flemish adventurers. Evading the watch kept by the English fleet, they crossed the sea, landed, and plundered and ravaged a considerable extent of country, and then retired, Tostig being enraged that William of Normandy was unwilling to send an expedition to act in concert with him until the whole of his plans were prepared and a great army ready for sea. Normandy indeed had been converted into a vast camp. In every port great numbers of workmen laboured night and day building ships, for Normandy had ceased to be a naval power, and its shipping was utterly insufficient to carry the great army across. Tostig, impatient and hasty, thought no more of the oath of allegiance that he had sworn to William. Driven from Yorkshire by the forces of the northern earls, he sailed to Scotland, where he was welcomed by King Malcolm, both as a sworn brother and as the enemy of England. From Scotland he entered into negotiations with Harold Hardrada of Norway. This warlike monarch was in a fit mood to listen to his advances. He had for years been engaged in a struggle with Denmark, which he had ineffectually attempted to conquer, and had at last been forced to conclude a treaty of peace with Sweyn, its king. Tostig had already endeavoured by personal persuasions to induce Sweyn to revive his claim to the crown of England, and to undertake its conquest, but he altogether declined to undertake so dangerous and difficult an enterprise, and Tostig had then turned to Harold of Norway. Whether his interview with him was before he went to Scotland, or whether he went thence to Norway, is a point on which historians differ. Some deny that any interview took place, but the balance of probability lies strongly in favour of an early interview, at which Harold entered heartily into Tostig's plans and began at once to make preparations for the enterprise. It was certain that an invading force from Norway would land in Northumbria, and Harold, although he might not be able to rely greatly upon the assistance of the northern earls as against the Normans, knew that they would do their best to defeat an expedition landing on their own shores, especially when Tostig was a sharer in the invasion. His own thoughts were wholly bent upon repelling the mighty expedition gathering in Normandy, and for this purpose, by immense efforts, he collected the greatest army and fleet that had ever been got together in England. An incessant watch was kept along the coast, where the Normans might be expected to land, while the fleet cruised for months between the Thames and the Isle of Wight, prepared to give battle to the invaders. But the conditions of service in England were such that it was impossible to keep a great force on foot for an indefinite time. The housecarls were the only regular portion of the army. The great bulk of the force, both land and sea, consisting of the levies or militia, whose terms of service was very limited. It says much for the influence of Harold that he was able for 4 months to keep his army and navy together. Had the foe appeared, soldiers and sailors would have done their duty, but the long term inaction, the weary waiting for a foe that never came, was too much, and when September arrived and the harvest was ready to be gathered, it was impossible even for him to keep the men longer together. The army disbanded, the levies went to their homes, and the ships of the fleet sailed away to the ports to which they belonged. All the efforts and anxieties of Harold, all his lavish expenditure in feeding and providing for so great a number of men, had been thrown away. England lay for a time absolutely defenceless against the coming storm. It was not until August that Wulf had completely recovered his strength and was able to join the army. "This is not a time," Harold said to him on the day he arrived at the camp, "for the granting of dignities or the bestowal of grants, but if we are successful and I remain King of England, the services you have rendered me at the risk of your life, Wulf, shall be worthily rewarded." "I need no reward," Wulf replied. "My estates are sufficient for all my needs, and I desire neither land nor dignity, being more than content that I have been enabled to render a service to you in England." Wulf was, however, at once appointed as commander of the whole of the housecarls supplied by the thanes of the south coast of Sussex. None of these bodies were equal in strength to his own carefully prepared contingent, few of the thanes having kept up more than 15 or 20 men constantly under arms, and these only for the past few months in consequence of Harold's exhortations. Altogether the force amounted to about 400 men. Each party had its own sub-officer, and Wulf did his best to weld them into one body. When the army broke up he returned with the king to Westminster. The day after he arrived there a man met him as he issued from the palace, and handed him a letter. It contained but the words, "I would fain see you. If you follow the bearer he will bring you to me. Say naught to anyone of this message. Edith." "Is the distance far?" he asked the man. "It is to Croydon, my lord. I have ridden here on horseback." Wulf at once ordered his horse to be brought to him. "Will you be back tonight, my lord?" Osgod asked as he mounted, "in case the king should wish to see you." "I shall not be back till late, possibly not until to-morrow. I do not tell you where I am going, in order that if you are asked you may be able to truly reply that I said nothing before I mounted as to my destination." It was just midday when Wulf drew up his horse before a modest house standing in a secluded position a quarter of a mile from the village of Croydon. Edith met him at the doorway. "I thank you, Wulf, for answering my request so speedily. There is much that I would ask you about my lord. I hear of him only by general report, for although from time to time I send him messages, I give him no opportunity for writing to me, and I know that he has respected my wishes and has caused no search to be made for me. Harold sometimes speaks to me of you, lady, and has in no way forgotten you. He did charge me to find out if I could the place of your abode. Not that he would seek an interview with you, but should there be need he might be able to send a message." By this time they were seated in the room where Edith spent the greater part of her time. "It is better that we should not meet," she said earnestly. "His mission is to work and to fight for England, mine to remain apart from all men and to spend my time in prayers for him. I know that he places great confidence in you, as indeed he well may, for I have heard how you have saved his life, well nigh at the expense of your own. Is he happy with his new queen?" "His thoughts at present, lady, are altogether turned to public affairs, and it is well perhaps that it should be so. I do not think that he receives much sympathy from the queen, who cares more, I should say, for her brothers the northern earls than for her husband." "It is a scarce wonder that it should be so," Edith replied, "though it seems strange to me that any woman could live with Harold without loving him with all her heart. And yet she may well feel that she, like Harold, has been sacrificed. There was no shadow of love between them before their marriage. In fact, she may have even hated him, for it was he who brought ruin and death upon her husband, the Welsh king. She must know that he only married her in order to gain the firm alliance of her brothers, and that her hand was given by them to Harold without any reference to her feelings. I would that the king were happy, even though it were with another. But it was not for his happiness that I left him, but that England might be won. Is it true that the army is broken up and the fleet scattered?" "It is true, lady. Save for 3,000-4,000 housecarls, there is not an armed man in readiness to defend England." "It must be a terrible trial to him." "It is, my lady. He returned to town yesterday, dispirited and cast down at the failure of the work of months." "Still they will reassemble rapidly," she said, "when the Normans really come." "Doubtless they will, but the loss of the fleet is greater than that of the army, for at sea we could have met and almost assuredly have conquered them, for the Normans are no match for our sailors, whereas to meet so great an army of trained soldiers with hastily assembled levies is to fight under every disadvantage." "And is the rumour true which says that Tostig and Harold of Norway are also preparing for an invasion?" "All reports that come to us through Denmark are to that effect." "It is enough to make the stones cry out," Edith said indignantly, "that a son of Godwin should thus betray England. I never thought it of him. He was headstrong and passionate, yet as a young man he was loved almost as much as Harold himself. Nay, some loved him more. But it was not on account of public affairs that I brought you here, but to talk of Harold. I know naught of his daily doings, of his thoughts or his troubles. Tell me all you can of him, Wulf." For a long time they talked of the king. She had from the first been drawn towards Wulf by seeing how he loved Harold, and as they talked her tears often fell. "I am proud of him," she said at last, "more proud of him than when he was the light of my life. My sacrifice has not been in vain. He is what I would have him, one whose thoughts are all fixed upon his country, who gives all his energy, all his wisdom, all his time to her service. Humbler men can be happy, but a king has higher duties than others, and for him love and marriage, wife and children, the joys of the peasant, must be altogether secondary. The good of his country, the happiness and welfare of tens of thousands are in his hands, and if in these respects he acts worthily, if he gains the blessings of his people, he can afford to do without the home joys that are so much to lesser men. You are sure that he is not unhappy? If I did but know this I would be content." "I do not think he is unhappy," Wulf said confidently. "He has the applause and love of all men, and the knowledge that all his work is for the good of his country and his people. He may have regrets, but he has little time to spend upon them, when he has in hand so vast a work, upon which night and day his every thought is directed." "I suppose you wish to get back to night, Wulf?" "I should greatly prefer it," he said, "and I would rather that you did not remain here. It may seem inhospitable, but I feel it would be better so. No one here knows who I am, and at first my servants were plied with questions whenever they went abroad, but the wonder has died away, and the villagers have come to believe that I am, as I gave out, the widow of a court official. Should it be known that a young thane stayed here the night, it would set them gossiping afresh. Stay and sup with me before you start." "Am I to tell the king I have seen you?" he asked. "What think you yourself, Wulf?" "I am sure that he would be glad to know. I need not say where you are living. I will say that you have charged me to keep it secret, and he will forbear questioning me. But I am sure that it will give him deep pleasure to know that I have seen you, to learn how you look, how you are living, how you occupy yourself, and how you think of him. It cannot but be a trial to him to know nothing of the one he so loves. More than once he has told me that he wondered whether you had entered a convent, whether you were in health, how you bore yourself, and other matters. Tell him then, Wulf. You can tell him that great has been my grief over our separation. I can yet feel happy in my solitude in knowing how nobly he is doing his kingly work, and that I have never wavered in my assurance that I was right when I bade him to go. Tell him that I have no thought of entering a cloister, that I have my old servants and my garden and needlework, that I spend much of my time in ministering to my poorer neighbours, and that I am getting to be loved by them. Say that my health is good, and that I have every comfort I need save his presence. Tell him that if I fall ill, and the leeches say that I shall die, I shall send for him to see me once again, but that in such a manner only will we meet in this life, and that it is my prayer that he will not seek to alter my resolution, for that the pain of parting again would be more than the joy of seeing him. He is another woman's now, and that by my act. Therefore it would be a grievous sin for us, loving each other as we do, to meet again unless he or I was on a deathbed." The supper was served early, and when it was eaten Wulf's horse was brought round to the door. "Am I to come again?" he asked. She did not answer for a time. "Not unless I send for you, Wulf. Our meeting has given me much pleasure, and I shall be the happier for it. But for a time our talk of the past and present will unsettle me and stir up afresh regrets and longings. Therefore it were best that you come not again until I send for you." The darkness was just closing in when Wulf rode into Westminster. "The king has twice asked for you, my lord," Osgod said as he alighted, "the last time a quarter of an hour since." Wulf at once went to the king's closet, where he was at work with 2 or 3 secretaries to whom he was dictating. "I want you, Wulf," the king said as he entered. "Where hast been?" Wulf glanced at the secretaries, and Harold bade them retire till he summoned them again. Wulf then related at length his interview with Edith. Harold listened in silence. "I am right glad at your news," he said when the latter had finished. "It is just what I thought she would do. Her words are lofty and wise. Truly a king can little hope for happiness such as that which is in the reach of the humblest of his subjects. But we will talk of this again. For the present I must think of public business. News has been brought to me by a sure hand from Denmark that the fleet of Norway has sailed. 'Tis said that Harold has called out a levy of half the fighting men of his kingdom, and that he has 500 warships besides transports. His son Magnus has been left behind to rule Norway with the title of king. Harold intends to conquer England and reign here. I must lose no moment in sending the news to the northern earls. Doubtless it is on their coast he will first land. There was no one I would sooner trust than yourself, and you shall be my messenger. I have the letters written to them, warning them that every man capable of bearing arms should be summoned to their standard, and every preparation made to repulse the foe. Of help at present I can give them none. My army is dispersed, my shores undefended, and at any moment William's fleet may appear off the coast. Let them meet the Norwegians while I meet the Normans. It is for you to press upon them the counsels I give in my letters, and I would that you should remain with them, sending messages to me from time to time, giving me full tidings of what takes place at York, and how they fare in their struggle with Harold of Norway, and, as I fear, with my brother Tostig. They met you at Northampton, and they know the confidence I place in you and the services you rendered in the Welsh campaign. However, although they may receive you well, I fear that your counsel will go for naught. They are haughty and headstrong, and assuredly they will not be guided by one of my thanes. Do not therefore press the matter with them, or risk incurring their anger. I want you to stand well with them, for so only can you learn their views and keep me informed of what is doing. Being assured that you would undertake the duty, I have highly commended you to them as my representative at York, and I doubt not that you will be well received. Brothers-in-law though they are, I can count on but little aid from them in our struggle with the Normans. But there they will be fighting for their own earldoms, and will do their best, though I fear the result, for they have been deaf to my entreaties to keep an army on foot, and the hurried levies of the north will scarce stand against the mighty army Harold Hardrada is bringing against them. I will start immediately, my lord. Here is a royal order upon all governors and thanes to give you changes of horse and to aid you in all ways. Take that giant of yours with you. He is a faithful fellow and is not wanting in sense. You will find him of great use there. You will of course accompany the earls to the field. Watch well how the levies fight. It is long since they have been called upon to meet a foe, and I would fain know how much they can be trusted on the day of battle. As your own horse has travelled today, take 2 of my best. Here is an order to the head of the stables to deliver them to you. Is there aught else I can do for you?" "Nothing, my lord. I understand your wishes and will follow them as closely as I can." "Do not expose yourself too much on the field of battle, Wulf. I cannot spare you, and therefore charge you not to be rash, and if matters go ill, to provide for your safety as far as you may." Wulf found Osgod awaiting him in the hall below. "I thought you might require me, master, so I waited till you had seen the king." "You did well, Osgod. I am starting on a journey to York, and you are to accompany me. We ride armed, so get your coat of mail and take your favourite axe. Then carry this order to the stables and tell them to have the 2 horses ready at the gates in half an hour's time. Then go to the kitchen and eat a hearty meal, and put some bread and cold meat in a wallet. We shall ride fast with few stoppages, for I have the royal order for a change of horses everywhere." "That's good news, my lord. After dawdling away the last 4 months doing nothing, I am glad to hear there is a chance of striking a strong blow on someone, though who it is I know not. Now go, Osgod. I have also to change my clothes and drink a horn of ale and eat something, though I supped but 3 hours since. Put my gayest suit in the saddlebag, for I may stay some time at York, and must make a fair show, going as I do as Harold's messenger." The journey was accomplished at an extraordinary rate of speed, Harold's order procuring them a change of horses whenever they stopped, and they but once halted for a few hours' sleep. Wulf found that Edwin and Morcar were both at York, and alighted at the gate of their residence. Announcing himself as a messenger from the king, he was at once conducted to their presence. "It's Wulf of Steyning, is it not?" Edwin said courteously. "The message must be urgent indeed, since Harold has chosen you to carry it. When did you leave him?" "I left Westminster at 9 o'clock of the evening of Tuesday, and it is now but midday on Thursday," the earl said in a tone of astonishment. "You have ridden nigh 200 miles in less than 40 hours." "The roads are good, my lord, and I had the king's order for changes of horses whenever I needed. I slept 6 hours at Northampton, but have ridden without other stop save to take meals. I know that the message I bore was of importance, as you will see by the king's letter." Edwin opened the letter and laid it before Morcar, and the two read it together. "This is serious news indeed," Edwin said when they had perused it. "So Harold of Norway is on his way hither with 500 warships and half the males of Norway. Since the news has come from Denmark he must already have been nigh a fortnight at sea, and if he had sailed hitherwards we should have long ere this of his being within sight of our shores. As we have heard naught of him, it may be that his object has been misreported, and that it is not against us that the fleet is bound." "I fear that it can have no other destination," Wulf said, "though it may be that it has sailed first to Scotland to obtain assistance from Malcolm. There too he will find Tostig, whom the king fears is in alliance with him." "Then assuredly it is against us that he comes," Morcar said, "and unless the winds shatter his fleet we shall hear of him before long. But he may land anywhere from the border of Scotland to the Humber, and it is useless our trying to hinder him along so great a line. He may delay his coming as William of Normandy has done, and our men, like those of Harold, will not remain under arms for months doing nothing. With so great an army he must move slowly, and we shall have plenty of time to gather our forces to meet him. Harold urges us to call out the levies at once, but he does not know the Northumbrians as we do. They will fight, and stoutly, but they will scatter as soon as their term expires. It is but 6 weeks since we called them under arms to repulse Tostig, and unless they themselves see the danger presses, they will not leave their homes again after so short an interval. I am glad to see by the king's letter that he has charged you to stay with us for a while. We shall be glad of your presence, both as the agent of our royal brother and as one who has already proved himself a valiant and skilful soldier." Apartments were at once assigned to Wulf in the palace, and he was treated as an honoured guest. He had been furnished by the royal chamberlain with an ample sum of money, and every 2 or 3 days despatched messengers to London. He was greatly disturbed in mind, for the earls made no preparation whatever to meet the coming storm, but continued to hunt or hawk, to give entertainments, and to pass their time as if the news of a mighty invasion had never reached them. The first attempts he made to urge them to follow Harold's counsel were dismissed so curtly that he felt it useless to persevere. A fortnight passed by, and then a messenger rode into York with the news that a vast fleet had entered the Tyne, and that the Norsemen were harrying and burning the country. Harold Hardrada had first sailed to the Isles of Shetland and Orkney, which, with the northern districts of the mainland, formed a powerful Scandinavian province. Paul and Ernig, the 2 young earls of the state, and a large number of their subjects joined the fleet, as did a Scotch contingent sent by Malcolm and commanded by Tostig, who also had with him the force he had brought from Flanders. Iceland, then a great Norwegian colony, sent ships and men, as did an Irish sovereign of Danish descent. Roused to action at last, the northern earls sent out a summons in all directions for the levies to assemble. The invaders were next heard of at Scarborough, which made a brave resistance, but the Norsemen took post on the steep hill overhanging the town, and gathering there a vast pile of wood set it on fire, and hurled the blazing timbers down on the place. Many of the houses caught fire, and this spread rapidly. The inhabitants surrendered, but the greater portion was slaughtered and the town given up to plunder. Holderness, like Scarborough, bravely but unsuccessfully resisted the attack, and the great fleet sailing south entered the Humber. Hour by hour messengers rode into York bringing the news of the progress of the invaders. Hour by hour the Northumbrian levies poured into the capital. Much as he had disapproved of their previous carelessness and delay, Wulf acknowledged that the 2 northern earls now bore themselves as men. They saw to the defences of the town, mustered all the inhabitants capable of bearing arms, arranged for the feeding and disposition of the levies, and did all that was possible at so short a notice to get them to take the field. But he saw too that this raw militia was but little calculated to stand before an assault of the Norsemen. There was no body of seasoned troops like the housecarls to serve as a nucleus and to bear the chief brunt of the battle. All alike were raw, inexperienced and badly armed, save for the axe, which was the favourite weapon of the English. The great fleet made no stay, but sailed up the Humber, packing closely in the river as it narrowed, till it seemed well nigh covered from shore to shore with the crowded ships. It passed the little village of Selby, cast anchor beside the left bank of the Ouse, near the village of Rickle, but 9 miles' march from York. Olaf, the king's son, the 2 earls of Orkney, and the bishop of those islands remained on board to guard the ships, for the Northumbrian fleet, which was far too small to encounter so great an armament, had taken refuge up the wharf, and might descend and attack the Norse vessels were they left unguarded. The main body of the great army under the king and Tostig landed and prepared to march upon York. Sudden as the call had been, there was no lack of spirit or patriotism in the English levies. Among their ranks were many priests and monks who felt that it was their duty to aid in the defence of the land against the semi-heathen host that invaded it. The memory of the past invasion of the Norsemen, when the churches had been sacked and the priests slain on the altar, inspired them, and they and the monks responded as readily as did the laymen to the summons of the earls. These had not hesitated to consult Wulf as to the post where they had best station themselves to give battle and the disposition of their forces. One who had distinguished himself under Duke William of Normandy and under Harold in Wales had, young though he was, more experience of war than any of the northern thanes, and as the representative of Harold, all these were ready to listen with respect to his advice. He had already spent 4 or 5 days in surveying the ground in the direction from which the Norsemen were likely to advance, and had decided that a place known as Gate Fulford, 2 miles from the city, was best calculated for defence, it being situated on a narrow ridge having the river and its swampy banks on one side and a flat marshy country on the other. Thither the army of the earls marched to take up its position. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stamford Bridge. Owing to the difficulty of getting the levies formed up and set in motion, the Norsemen had arrived on the ground and had taken up a defensive position before the English reached it. Had the force contained a strong body of housecarls, Wulf, who had talked the matter over with the earls, would have advised that they should fight on the defensive and allow the Norsemen to attack. But with freshly raised troops, ready and eager for battle, but wanting the discipline that alone enables trained soldiers to endure patiently a long series of attacks, he thought that there was more chance of victory in attacking the enemy. Morcar commanded on the left, Edwin on the right. Wulf took up his position by the side of Morcar, and exchanged a few words with Osgod before advancing to the charge. "This will be a right royal contest, master," the latter said as he fingered his heavy axe. "Never before have I seen a set battle like this." "Do you keep close to me, Osgod." "That I am sure to do, master," the latter broke in. "Yes, I know that while we fight you will be by my side, but it may be that we shall have to fly. The Norsemen outnumber us greatly, and their king is a host in himself. This is a good position to defend, but a bad one to fly from. The king's last words were a charge to me not to throw away my life, and therefore, while I shall fight as long as fighting can avail, I shall also do my best to save myself if we are defeated." As we came along I kept near to the edge of the swamp, and some 100 yards back I marked a spot where, as it seemed to me, there was a sort of path worn either by broken men and outlaws, who may dwell somewhere in its recesses, or by men from a village beyond it. For this point then I shall make if we are defeated. It may be that it was not a path, but at least it offers a chance of escape. So when I give you the word, keep close to my side." Osgod nodded. His confidence in Wulf was absolutely boundless, and although he revolted at the thought of retreat, he knew well that so long as a chance of victory remained, Wulf would not quit the field. When within 200 or 300 yards of the enemy, Morcar advanced to the front of the line with his standard bearer beside him. "On, men!" he shouted, and with a yell the English poured down to the attack. The line of the Norsemen was on this side less strong than it was near the river where the king had posted himself, and the Norsemen gave way before the furious attack of the English. Morcar and many of his thanes fought in the front rank. Wulf was close beside him, and before their swords and the terrible axe of Osgod the invaders fell back foot by foot, and shouts of triumph rose from the English. But it was not for long. On the left Edwin could make no impression on the shield wall of the enemy, and presently their king caused his horns to blow the signal for attack, and his line, hitherto immovable, flung itself upon the English. The king, a head taller than any of his men, fought in their front rank, his terrible two-handed sword hewing down every man who opposed him. As the English gave way, the assault became more and more impetuous, and in a few minutes the English broke and fled all along the line. All is lost, Osgod, Wulf said, as after fighting to the last he turned his back on the foe. The scene on the ridge was now terrible. The exulting Norsemen followed hard upon the flying English, uttering their shouts of victory and cutting down all they overtook. Hampered by the crowd in front of them, great numbers of the English fell beneath the weapons of their pursuers. Others turned to the right or left, and hundreds were smothered in the swamp by the river or in that on the other side. Once the flight began, Osgod placed himself in front of his master, his powerful figure and his weight enabling him to push his way through the crowd of fugitives. Wulf kept close behind him, and they followed the edge of the swamp until Wulf saw the faint indication of a path he had before noticed. "Turn off here, Osgod. This is the place I spoke of. Let me go first. I am the lightest." The ground shook beneath their feet. The slime oozed up to their ankles, but, moderating their pace now, they sprang from tussock to tussock until 200 or 300 yards from the edge of the swamp. Then they paused and looked round. The work of slaughter was still proceeding. Along the edge of the swamp numbers of English could be seen, some half emerged, some fast disappearing. In the din of the struggle none heard or heeded their cries. Each man was occupied solely with the thought of flight or slaughter. Some half a dozen of the fugitives, seeing the two men were making their way across the swamp, had followed in their footsteps. Slowly and cautiously Wulf moved forward again. Sometimes a treacherous tuft gave way and he slipped waist deep into the mire, but Osgod was always close at hand, and his long arm enabled him to reach forward to his master from a firmer spot and to draw him from the bog. After an hour's painful work the ground began to be firmer, and before long they were safe in the forest beyond the swamp. Here for a while the party threw themselves down exhausted. After an hour's rest the others asked Wulf what they had best do. "There is but one thing to be done," he replied. "Make off to your homes. The remnant of the army will reach York, and the Norsemen will doubtless surround the city and lay siege to it. For the present our cause is lost, and there is naught for us to do but to try and save our lives, which have been spared well nigh by a miracle." Keeping south through the forest, Wulf and his follower were several hours before they emerged from its shade. Another 3 miles walking brought them to a village, where they learned that they were 6 miles west of Selby. Here they obtained some food, and then bearing off so as to strike the south road, arrived soon after nightfall at the house of the thane who had supplied them with their last change of horses on their way north. The news they brought excited the greatest consternation, but their host saw at once that the only hope now was that Harold might bring help, and at once placed the 2 horses which they had ridden to his house at their disposal. Wulf and Osgod mounted at once and travelled southwards at a speed equal to that at which they had journeyed north. When within a few miles of Peterborough they received news that seemed almost too good to be true. Harold, at the head of a great army, had already reached that town, and was pressing north at the top of his speed. From east and west he was being joined by the levies of the thanes. Riding forward to Peterborough they found the town crowded with troops, who, as they learned, were to march forward again in half an hour. Wulf at once made his way to the monastery in which Harold was lodged. "I need not ask your news, Wulf," Harold said, as, covered with dust and mire and almost reeling with exhaustion, the young thane entered his private closet. "The army of the northern earls has been well nigh destroyed 2 miles from York. Whether the earls themselves escaped I know not, for I left the field while the slaughter was still going on. York will be at once besieged, and as most of its fighting men went out to the battle, and a large proportion must have been slain, I fear that it can resist but a short time the attack of the Norsemen. It was good news indeed when I heard that you were advancing north." "It is bad tidings that you bring, Wulf, but not unexpected. Directly I heard that the enemy's fleet were off our northern coast and were burning and pillaging unopposed, I speedily gathered what force I could in the south, and sending on messengers ahead to summon the levies of East Anglia to join me on the way, started north. Yesterday the news reached me that a great fleet of Norway had sailed up the Humber. and I saw that I should be too late to join Edward and Morcar before they were forced to give battle before York. Now tell me of the fight, and how you managed to escape, for I see by your mail coat and helmet, which are dinted and frayed, and the steel rings shorn off in many places, that you were in the thick of it." Wulf related the story of the battle, and the manner in which he had escaped. "You did wisely, Wulf, to mark a way of retreat before the battle commenced. A good general should ever be prepared for defeat as well as for victory. So the levies fought well?" "They did, my lord. They engaged the Norsemen gallantly, and well, much better indeed than I had looked for them to do, and the day went favourably until the King of Norway with his picked men threw themselves upon them. Even after that they fought sturdily for a short time, and had there been but a body of housecarls to form a shield wall behind which they could have rallied, the day might still have been theirs. But you look ill, my lord." "I was on a bed of sickness when the news came, but it was no time for lying abed. For the first 2 or 3 days' marches I was carried on a litter, but I am now well enough to sit my horse. It cost me a sore struggle to leave the south unguarded, simply because my orders were not obeyed here in the north, but there was no help for it, and we have been marching well nigh night and day in hopes that we might bring this matter to a close, and return south before the Norman fleet appears off the coast. We have already marched farther than would seem possible in the time, but the men are all in good heart and eager to meet the Norsemen, and I have addressed them and shown them the urgent necessity for speed. We shall set forward again in half an hour. They have had 6 hours for rest, so they can do another 50 miles before they halt again. You can tarry here for a day to rest yourself, and then can ride on and overtake us." "I will go down and take a plunge in the river," Wulf said, "and should be ready to mount again by the time the rear guard is in motion. I could have kept on to London had it been needful, and should be quite ready to proceed with the army." They were within a day's march of York when the news came that the city had surrendered without waiting for an assault. The King of Norway had offered favourable terms. A local gemot had been held, and it had been agreed to make peace with Harold of Norway, and not only to receive him as king, but to join him in his warfare against the south. Hostages were given for their fidelity to their new lord, who in return gave hostages to York for the good conduct of his troops. It was the city only that had so treacherously behaved, and the surrender by no means included the whole province. It was arranged, however, by the earls that hostages would be given for Northumbria at large, and they promised that 150 of these should be handed over at Stamford Bridge, 8 miles northeast of the city. Here there was a palace of the old Northumbrian kings. The spot was favourable for the encampment of an army, for the country round was fertile, and the bridge across the Derwent afforded facilities for the collection of provisions over a large area. The bridge was a wooden one. The country on either side of the river was flat, but considerably elevated above the stream, with a slope down to it on both sides of the bridge. The news of the surrender of York made no change in Harold's plans. He had come to give battle to the Norsemen, whether he did so under the walls of the northern capital or elsewhere. Accordingly he pressed rapidly forward. In a few hours the army arrived in sight of York, which, had it resisted but a day longer, would have been saved the humiliation of the surrender and treaty. The invaders had all marched to Stamford Bridge, and the people opened its gates and received with rejoicing the king, whose authority they had the day before cast off. Beyond a short pause for food there was no delay. Harold's thoughts were on the south, and he grudged every hour that delayed his return to his post there. The men of the city and the survivors of the army defeated at Fulford joined the force, which kept on its way east to Stamford Bridge. The invaders, believing that Northumbria lay at their feet, and without a thought that Harold was advancing, were encamped in careless security on the low ground by the river. The greater portion of their host had crossed the bridge. Their king, Tostig, and many of the great chiefs had taken up their abode in the royal palace at Aldby, and were preparing to return to York, where the king was to hold his court and formally assume the government and to proclaim the laws for his new kingdom. Already the cortege had set out. clad not in warlike armour, but in court habiliments, when on the long road leading gently down to the river a cloud of dust and the sparkle of arms was seen. There was little room for doubt as to the nature of the arriving force. Northumbria could gather no array that would venture thus to approach the army that had but 5 days before crushed the levies of the north. It could only be Harold himself, who, with the men of the south, had thus unexpectedly arrived. Tostig at once proposed a retreat to the ships at Rickle, so that the whole army might be gathered together, but Harold Hardrada strove to marshal his army for the battle, at the same time sending off mounted messengers to summons the party left at the ships. But while all was in confusion among the main body of the invaders on the eastern bank of the river, while men were buckling on their armour and gathering in their ranks, the cloud of war rolled rapidly down the descent, and with a mighty shout the English vanguard fell upon the Norsemen on the western bank. Valiantly they fought, but there was no resisting the solid array of the English housecarls, or thingmen as they were also called. Taken altogether unprepared, and for the most part without their defensive armour, the Norsemen could offer no successful resistance to the English host. Great numbers were killed, others were driven headlong across the bridge or were drowned in the stream, which is said to have been literally choked with dead. But for a time the advance of the English was stayed, for one Norseman, a man of great stature and prodigious strength, took post in the middle of the narrow bridge and barred the way to the English host. But one foe could attack him at a time, and so great was his strength and prowess that it is said that 40 Englishmen fell under the mighty blows of his two-handed sword, and at last he was only overpowered by one who made his way along beneath the timbers of the bridge and stabbed him with his spear from below. His gallant stand, however, had sufficed to give his countrymen time to complete their preparations, and the shield wall of the Norsemen stretched across the gentle ascent from the bridge. With his hands raised aloft as a sign that his mission was a peaceful one, an English thane with 20 mounted horsemen rode across the bridge. He was met by the king, Tostig, and his chiefs. Raising his voice, the thane addressed Tostig. "I bring to Tostig the greeting and message of his brother King Harold. Let him return to his allegiance, and he shall again have the earldom of Northumberland. Nay, he shall have a third of the kingdom to rule together with the king." "What then," Tostig asked, "shall be given to King Harold of Norway?" 7 feet of English ground," the thane said sternly, "or more perchance, seeing he is taller than other men." "Return to King Harold of England," Tostig said, "and bid him make ready for the battle. Never shall men say in Norway that I brought their king hither to England and then went over to his foes." Harold's ambassador returned with his men across the river with Tostig's message, and then in solid array the English thingmen moved forward to the attack. Had the King of Norway advanced to the end of the bridge, a battle would have been impossible, for the English could never have forced their way across. But the kings were equally anxious for a battle. Harold of Norway knew as well as the King of England that the host of Normandy was on the point of sailing, and it was as essential for him to crush the English army before the Normans landed as it was for Harold of England to dispose at once of the Norse invaders. There were 3 claimants for the English crown, and both kings felt the necessity of having their hands free to meet the Normans. Harold of Norway may well have believed that his host of tried warriors was capable of disposing of an army that, save for its small body of regular troops, was wholly unused to war. Therefore he held his array immovable while the English army crossed the bridge and formed up for battle. Steadily and firmly the solid line of the housecarls moved up the ascent, and then, as Harold's trumpet gave the signal of attack, flung themselves upon the shield wall of the Norsemen. The conflict was a terrible one. The heavy two-handed axes of the English clashed against the long two-handed swords of the Norsemen. Against such terrible weapons, wielded by such powerful arms, helmet and hauberk afforded but poor defence. Casques and the heads beneath them were cleft like eggshells under the terrible blows. But the gaps thus made in the ranks were at once filled from behind, and for hours the struggle continued with unabated vigour on both sides. Harold himself, with a body of his thanes, fought in the front line. His position, marked to his followers by his standard, kept flying close behind him. His great strength and height made him so formidable as an assailant that his standard generally flew well in advance of his fighting line, while on the other side the still greater height and strength of the King of Norway rendered him equally conspicuous. At last the obstinate valour of the English housecarls prevailed over the resistance of the fierce Norsemen, and the invading host was driven backwards step by step up the ascent until the level ground was reached. Here the battle again raged as fiercely as ever. In vain did Harold of Norway, followed by his bravest warriors, hurl himself upon the ranks of the English, his terrible sword carrying death in its path. In vain did his followers again and again strive to take the offensive. The English line ever bore up against their attacks. The battle was still undecided when, as the sun was going down, an English arrow pierced the throat of the giant King of Norway. How Tostig, who had fought throughout the day by his side, fell we know not, but he died, as did the Irish prince who had brought his followers to share in the plunder of England. There fell too most of the bravest warriors of Norway, the last of the sea kings who had carried the banner known as the Land Waster far and wide over Europe. The slaughter was terrible, and at nightfall the Norsemen who survived broke and fled to the shelter of their ships. Never in the history of England was there a harder fought battle. Never were English valour and endurance more splendidly shown. Terrible too had been the losses on their side. Many of the king's bravest thanes had fallen, and the ranks of the housecarls were fearfully thinned. Complete as had been the victory, absolute as had been the destruction of their foes, there was but little rejoicing in the English camp that night. So exhausted were the troops by their long march and the desperate struggle of the day that they threw themselves down to sleep on the ground they had won, thickly covered as it was with the bodies of friend and foe. Wulf throughout the day had fought close to Harold. Osgod had kept close beside him and had warded off many a sweeping blow and cut down many a pressing enemy. At the end of the day his left arm hung useless by his side, well nigh cleft off by the blow of a Norseman's sword. Wulf himself had escaped without a scratch, thanks in a large measure to his followers' watchfulness. When the battle was over he was one of the few thanes who gathered round Harold. The latter felt no exultation at this victory. It had cost him the flower of his army and numbers of his most valued thanes. It had cost him too the life of a brother, to whom, in spite of his faults, he had been deeply attached. He knew that there was before him a struggle even more serious than that from which he had just emerged a victor, and there was no saying how that struggle might end. "I thank God you are spared to me, Wulf," he said as the young thane came up. "I marked you near me all through the battle, and none fought more bravely. It has been a terrible day, and our victory is dearly purchased indeed. I have sent a messenger to York praying that every monk skilled in surgery will at once hasten hither, and that all men and boys shall come and help to collect the wounded, and that such women as can aid will accompany them. I cannot ask the men who have marched well nigh day and night since we left London, and borne the brunt of the day's battle, to do more. England has need of their strength." The messenger was to stop at Helmsley and bid every soul left there to hurry to the field. It is but 2 miles away, and in half an hour they will be here. The first thing for them to do is to carry water to the wounded. There are no lack of vessels in the Norsemen's camp. "I will go to the bridge, my lord, and take them in charge when they arrive and set them at the work. You need rest as much as any, Wulf." "I can rest to morrow," Wulf said, "and at any rate could not sleep to night, for I must see to Osgod, who I will, I fear, lose an arm." "I am sorry to hear it," Harold said, "for one could ill spare so brave a fellow. I saw the Norseman going down under his axe, and assuredly no man did more than he today." "I will tell him what you say, my lord. It will do him good. I left him sitting down on a bank bemoaning himself that he might not be cured in time to fight the Normans. Harold shook his head. "I would give half my estates, Wulf, that he should be well enough to fight by your side in our first battle with the Normans. That would mean they would not land before 2 months had passed, and by that time I would have all the force of England gathered to receive them. As you are willing that it should be so, I will leave you in charge of the camp tonight. It will be 3 hours before help can arrive from York. Till then there is nought to do but to carry water to the wounded. When they arrive the monks will dress the wounds, and the men and women carry such as can be moved down by the river, where they can be treated more easily than lying in the fields. Have a strict search made for the body of my brother, and place a guard over it. Sweyn is in charge of the Norse camp. There is a great treasure there, which shall tomorrow be partly divided among the troops." Wulf went at once down to the bridge, while Harold and his thanes lay down like the soldiers on the field of battle. In a short time men and women and children came in from Helmsley. Having been told what they were required for, they had brought with them jugs and drinking cups, and also a supply of torches. The first search was made over the ground west of the river. Here few English had fallen, but the Norsemen lay thickly. Wulf ordered that water should be given to all, foe as well as friend. The number of living was small, for the heavy 2-handed axes had done their work thoroughly. When such as survived had been seen to, Wulf led the villagers over the bridge. "Scatter right and left," he said, "and then move forward. You cannot go wrong." Having seen them all at work, he hurried away to the spot where he had left Osgod sitting. He had, before leaving him, staunched the flow of blood by winding a bowstring round the arm above the wound and then twisting it tightly. "How fares it with you, Osgod? Here is a ewer of water." "That's good," Osgod said, after taking a mighty draught. "Truly I felt as if the moisture of my body had all dried up, and not only my mouth but my whole frame was parched." "Why, Osgod," Wulf exclaimed as he held the torch he carried close to him, "your arm has gone." "That is so, master. An arm after the bone has been cleft through is of no use to anyone, so I thought the sooner I got rid of it the better, and having my knife handy I just cut through the flesh that remained. That was the end of it. Would that we could get rid of all our evils as readily. Tomorrow I will walk to York and get the wounds seared. The king sent to York for aid directly the battle was over, and we shall have all the townsfolk here soon, among them monks and others skilled in the dressing of wounds. I told the king of your misfortune, and then he repeated what Harold had said. It does me good to hear that Harold is satisfied with me. I hope to strike many a good blow for him yet. How still it is here, Osgod. There is scarce a sound to be heard from all those lying around." "There are but few with life in them, I reckon," Osgod said. "A Norse sword and an English axe let out the life quickly when they strike fair. This blow fell on my arm as my axe was raised to strike, and it were well it did so, or it would have taken me in the neck, and then neither monk nor leech could have brought me back to life. Had it been my right arm I would have lief been killed at once, for what good is a man without his right arm? You would have learned to use your left in time, Osgod. Now, if you can walk, come down to the river, and I will see that you are among the first attended to." "I will lie down here," Osgod said, "for in truth I feel as if I need sleep. For the last 2 days I have been scarce able to keep my eyes open, and now that I have had a drink I feel that a few hours' rest will do me more good than any monk." Osgod's words came slowly and heavily, and as he ended he lay down on his back. Wulf saw that it was best that he should sleep, and so left him. In 2 hours a great number of lights were seen along the road, and soon a crowd of men and women from York appeared and scattered themselves over the battlefield, the monks pouring balm into wounds and bandaging them up, while men and women carried the wounded as fast as they were attended to down to the river. The bodies of Tostig and of the King of Norway were both found, and a guard placed over them, and in the morning that of Tostig was carried to York for burial in the cathedral, while Harold Hardrada was buried where he fell. Harold sent messengers to the Norsemen's fleet offering mercy to them if they would surrender, and their chiefs came to York and swear never again to raise their swords against England, an offer which was thankfully accepted, for the English fleet had entered the Humber and their retreat was cut off. The next day the Norse chiefs went to York and took the required oath, and were then escorted back to their ships. So terrible had been the slaughter, so complete the destruction of the invading army, that even including the guard that remained at the fleet, 24 ships sufficed to carry away home the survivors of the mighty host. The task of burying the slain was too great to be undertaken, and for many years afterwards the field of battle was whitened with the bones of the invaders who had fallen there. On the day after the battle Harold returned with his army to York. Here all who had fallen away from the cause of England were pardoned. Measures were taken for making the fighting strength of the north available for the general defence of the country. The wounded were cared for in the houses of the citizens, and for 5 days the troops rested after their prodigious exertions. Early in the morning after the battle, Osgod's wound had been seared with red-hot irons. He had borne the pain unflinchingly, saying that he had suffered as much from burns more than once while learning his trade as an armourer. Wulf was not present, as he had thrown himself down to sleep as soon as he had been relieved at daylight, but he saw him before he started with the king for York. "Yes, it hurts a bit, master," Osgod replied in answer to his inquiries. "I could not expect otherwise. You'll have to do without me for a few days. I have made friends with some peasants at Helmsley. I shall stay with them till the army marches south. If I were at York I should never keep quiet, and the monks tell me the quieter I am the sooner my wounds will heal. They are poor creatures, these monks. They wanted to make out that I might be 2 or 3 months before I was fit for service again. I told them it would be a shame to my manhood if in a fortnight I could not wield an axe again. It is not as if I had been brought up softly. I have burnt myself with hot irons many a time, and I know that a few days suffices to heal a sore." "It's not the sore, Osgod, it's the veins that might burst out bleeding again." "That is what they said, master, but at present there is not much blood left in me, I think, and by the time it comes again my veins ought to have healed themselves. This plaguey bowstring hurts me well nigh as much as the smart of the irons, but the monks say I must bear it for a couple of days, when they will put on some tight bandages in its place. But if I can bear the pain, it were better that it should be kept there for a week or 2. 5 days passed. The king laboured incessantly at making a settlement of the affairs of the north. The thanes came in from all Northumbria. They were full of thankfulness at the deliverance that had been wrought for them, and the victor of Stamford Bridge was far more to them than the King of England had ever been. All were received with kindness and courtesy, and Harold felt that at Stamford Bridge he had conquered not only the host of Norway but the northern earldoms. On the evening of the 5th day after the battle they held a great banquet at York. The feasting was at its height when Harold was told that a messenger had arrived with urgent news, and the man was at once brought in. He had ridden in 2 days from the south, and brought the momentous news that on the 3rd day after the victory of Stamford Bridge the Norman host had landed in Sussex. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The landing of the foe. While Harold with his army had been anxiously and impatiently watching the sea on the southern coast of England, the mixed host of the Duke of Normandy had been no less anxiously awaiting a favourable breeze at the port where the whole of the expedition was gathered. William had, however, one great advantage. While Harold's army and navy were composed of levies bound by feudal obligations to remain but a certain time under arms, and eager to return to their harvest operations, their wives and families, William's was made up to a great extent of seasoned troops and professional soldiers, gathered not only from his own dominions but from all parts of Europe. These were far more amenable to orders than were the English militia. Tempted by the thought of the plunder of England, they had enlisted under the duke's banner for the expedition. They had no thought of returning home, and as long as they were well supplied with food, the delay in starting mattered comparatively little to them. And thus, while at length the fleet and army of Harold scattered to their homes, the Normans remained in their camp, ready to embark on board the ships as soon as a favourable wind blew. They were kept in good temper by receiving regular pay and provisions, and as all plundering was strictly forbidden, the country people freely brought in supplies, and for a month the great army was fed without difficulty. But as the resources of the country became exhausted, the duke grew more and more anxious to move to another port, and taking advantage of a change of wind to the west, he embarked his army and sailed north along the coast of Normandy to the mouth of the Somme, and the troops disembarked and encamped round the town of St. Valery. Here was another long delay, and while Harold was marching north to meet the King of Norway, the Normans were praying for a favourable wind at the holy shrine at the Abbey of St. Valery. 2 days after the host of Harold Hardrada had been destroyed, the wind suddenly shifted to the south. There had on the previous day been a great religious ceremony. The holy relics had been brought by the priests into the camp. The whole army had joined in a solemn service. Precious gifts had been offered at the shrine, and as the change of wind was naturally ascribed to the influence of the saint, the army was filled with enthusiasm, and believed that heaven had declared in their favour. From morning till night the scene of bustle and preparation went on, and when darkness fell the whole host had embarked. Every ship was ordered to bear a light, and a huge lantern was hoisted at the masthead of Mora, the duke's own ship, and orders were issued that all vessels should follow the light. The Mora, however, was a quick sailer, and was not, like the other vessels, deeply laden down with horses and men. When daylight broke, therefore, she had so far outstripped the rest that no other sail was in sight, and she anchored until the fleet came up, when the voyage was continued, and at 9 in the morning on Thursday the 28th of September the Normans landed on English soil near the village of Pevensey. The landing was unopposed. The housecarls were away north with their king, the levies were scattered to their homes. To the surprise of the Normans, who landed in battle array, no armed man was to be seen. Parties of mounted men at once examined the country for miles round, but without finding signs of the defending army they expected to meet. On the following morning a small force was left in the Roman fortifications near Pevensey to guard the ships hauled up on the beach from attack, and the duke with his army marched away along the Roman road to Hastings, where William established his headquarters and resolved to await the approach of the army of England. A wooden castle was raised on the height, and the country for miles round was harried by the Norman horse. Every house was given to the flames, men were slain, women and children taken as slaves, and the destruction was so complete that it seemed as if it had been done with the deliberate purpose of forcing Harold to come down and give battle. No sooner did Harold hear the news that the Normans had landed and were harrying the land, than he ordered the hall to be cleared and issued a summons for the assembly of a gemot, and in an hour an assemblage of all the thanes gathered at York was held in the hall that had so shortly before been the scene of peaceful feasting. Harold proclaimed to them the news he had heard, and called upon them to arm and call together their levies for the defence of England. An enthusiastic reply was given. As the men of the south had crushed the invaders of the north, so would the men of the north assist to repel the invasion of the south. Morcar and Edwin promised solemnly to lead forces of Northumbria and Mercia to London without a day's delay, and though Harold trusted his brother-in-laws but little, he hoped they would have to yield to the patriotic spirit of the thanes and to play their part as Englishmen. An hour later messengers started on horseback for the south, bidding all men to assemble at London to fight for home and freedom against the foreign invader, and orders were issued that troops who had fought at Stamford Bridge should march at daybreak. As soon as the council was over, Wulf mounted his horse and rode at full speed to Helmsley. He had each day ridden over to see Osgod, who in his anxiety for a rapid cure was proving himself a most amenable patient, and was strictly carrying out the prescriptions of the monk who had taken charge of him and of other wounded who were lying in the village. He was asleep on a rough pallet when Wulf entered. "A pest upon the Norman!" he exclaimed angrily when he heard Wulf's news. "He might have given me a week longer at any rate. I am feeling mightily better already, for to-day the monk has bandaged my arm, and that so tight as almost to numb it. But that I care little for, as he has now taken off that bowstring which was cutting away into the flesh. He told me that everything depended upon my keeping absolutely quiet for another week, for the slightest exertion might make the wound break out afresh, and that if it burst there would be but a poor chance for me. Well, I must travel in a waggon instead of on horseback." "You will do nothing of the sort, Osgod. I absolutely forbid it. It would be an act of sheer madness. Besides, you would be useless at present, even if you went south, while if you rest here for 3 or 4 weeks you may be able to take part in some of the battles, and moreover it may be weeks before Harold moves against the Normans. At any rate, it is out of the question that you should move at present. I am not going to have you risk your life by such folly." Osgod was silent for a minute or two, and then said, "But never before did I feel it so hard a thing to do. It is for your own good and mine, Osgod. I am not going to lose so faithful a follower, and would rather do without you for 2 months than for all my life. But now I must be going, for I shall ride on ahead so as to go down to Steyning and fetch our men. I was before sorry that owing to my being here they did not come down with the king. Now I am glad, for I might have lost half of them, while as it is I shall have 100 men as good as his own to help fill up the ranks of Harold's housecarls, besides the general levy of my tenants." On his march south Harold was joined by large numbers of men. The news of the destruction of the army of Harold Hardrada had excited the greatest enthusiasm, and the thanes presented themselves as a rule with more than the number of men they were bound to furnish. Wulf rode on fast to London. As soon as he arrived there he went to the armourer's shop. Ulred paused at his work as he entered. "Welcome back, my Lord Wulf," he said. "So you have come safe through the 2 great battles in the north. Has Osgod fared equally well? I see that you have come without him." "Not equally well, Ulred. He fought with me at Fulford and received no serious hurt, but at Stamford Bridge he was wounded so sorely that for a time we thought it would go hard with him. But he has rallied and is doing well, and save that he will come home without his left arm. He will, I trust, soon be recovered. No man fought more stoutly than he did at Stamford Bridge, and the king himself noticed his valour. Although his wound was but 5 days old when we started, he would have come south at once if I would have suffered him, though he must assuredly have been carried the whole way in a litter. It troubled him greatly to hear that we should be face to face with the Normans, and he not there to strike a blow for England." "I am glad to hear that the boy lives," the armourer said, "for indeed when I saw you alone my first thoughts were that he had fought his last battle. We have terrible news from the south. The Normans are plundering and slaying from Beachy Head well nigh to Dover, and the people are flying before them in crowds. However, matters will be changed as soon as the king returns to town. London will send her militia in full strength, and we hear that the thanes of the west are hurrying hither. It is a pity indeed that Harold was drawn off north, for had he been here the Normans would have had to fight their best before they established themselves on our shores." "They could have landed in any case, Ulred. It was not the King of Norway and Tostig, but the impatience of our sailors and troops that left our shores unguarded. Harold tried his best to keep them together, but in vain. However, they rallied quickly when they heard of the landing in the north, and are coming in freely now." "Will the troops of Northumbria be here?" "I doubt it greatly, Ulred. They are not true men. Edwin and Morcar, they surrendered York before an arrow was shot against its walls, and received Harold Hardrada as their king. They would be equally willing to acknowledge William of Normandy, so that they might but preserve their earldoms under him. They have promised to send their whole forces forward without delay, but I have no belief that they will be here. I am going to Steyning as soon as I have eaten a meal and rested for a few hours. I shall miss Osgod sorely. I trust that it will not be long before I have him by my side." When will the army be back here, master? In 3 days at most, I imagine. There will be but a short stay here before Harold marches south to meet the Normans. The news of the wanton destruction they are making has roused him to fury, and he will assuredly lose no time, even though he have but half the force of England behind him." "It is as well to have something to fall back on," the armourer said. "It is not by one battle that England is to be conquered, and even if we lose the first we may gain the second. We can stand the loss better than the Normans, for doubtless William has brought all his strength with him, and if beaten must make his way back to his ships, while Harold would in a short time find himself at the head of a larger army than that with which he may first meet them. Was the slaughter as great as they say at Stamford Bridge?" "It was terrible, Ulred, and though the Norsemen suffered vastly more than we did, the ranks of the housecarls, on whom the brunt of the fighting fell, have been sorely thinned. We shall feel their loss when we meet the Normans. Against their heavily armed troops and their squadrons of knights and horsemen, one of the Thingmen was worth 3 untried peasants. Had we but half the number of our foe, and that half all housecarls, I should not for a moment doubt the issue. London will put a strong body in the field, and although we have not the training of the Thingmen, you may trust us to fight sternly, Master Wulf, and if we are beaten I will warrant there will not be many of us to bring the tidings back. Of that I am sure, Ulred. The citizens have more to lose and better know what they are fighting for than the country levies, and as you say, I am sure they will do their part stoutly. Well, I must stay here no longer. I shall sleep for 2 or 3 hours, and then take a fresh horse from the king's stable, and tomorrow shall be at Steyning. By nightfall I shall be on my way back with every man on the estate, 150 besides the housecarls, and 2 days' march will bring us here again. Ulf is well, I hope? I do not see him." "He has but carried home some arms I have been mending. We are working night and day since the news that the Normans had landed came. There has been no thought of bed among the armourers and smiths of Westminster and London. Each man works until he can work no longer, then throws himself down for 2 or 3 hours' sleep, then wakes up to work again, and so it will be till the army has moved south with most of us in its ranks." Wulf reached Steyning soon after daybreak, and as soon as the news that he had arrived went round, the tenants flocked in. His coming had been anxiously expected, for the alarm caused by the incursions all over the country by the Norman horse was intense, and although so far none had come west of Beachy Head, there was a general feeling that at any moment they might make their appearance. The news, therefore, that Harold was marching south with his army, and that all were to share in a pitched battle with the invader instead of being slaughtered on their hearthstones, caused a deep feeling of satisfaction. Wulf gave orders that every man should assemble in fighting array at noon, and that if later on news came that the enemy were approaching, the houses were to be deserted, the stacks fired, and driving the cattle before them, the women and children should cross the hills and take shelter in the great forest beyond. A few of the older men, who were unfit to take part in a long day's fighting, were to aid the women in their work. The arms of all the men were carefully inspected, and the weapons remaining in the armoury served out to those worst provided. At 1 o'clock the force marched off, Wulf riding at the head of the 100 housecarls, while the tenants, 150 strong, followed in good order. Each man carried 6 days' provisions. They camped that night in a forest 20 miles from Steyning, marched 30 miles the next day, and early in the following morning joined the great array that was gathering on the hills south of London. To his great pleasure Wulf found that Beorn had arrived the day before with his levy. They had not met since they returned from the north with Harold. "So you have been up there again, Wulf, and fought at Fulford and Stamford Bridge. It was very unlucky I was not in London when the army marched north, but I received no summons and heard nothing of it until the king was well on his march. None of the thanes along the south coast were summoned." "So I heard, Beorn. I fancy the king thought that in case of a landing by the Normans, the men near the coast would all be wanted to help take the women and cattle to places of security." "No doubt that was the reason," Beorn said. "At any rate, I am sorry I missed the fight at Stamford Bridge. The other seems to have been a bad affair." "Very bad. We suffered terribly. so much so indeed that the earls will have a good excuse for not getting their levies together in time for the battle with the Normans." "They are false loons," Beorn said, "and brothers-in-law as they are of his. It would have been well had the king after Stamford Bridge had their heads smitten off for their traitorous surrender to the Norsemen." "I have no doubt they will hold aloof now, Beorn, until they see how matters go in the south, and if we are worsted they will hasten to make their peace with William, and to swear to be his liege men, just as they swore to be liege men to Harold Hardrada. But they will find out their mistake in the end. William has promised to divide England among his needy adventurers. If he wins, and Edwin and Morcar will very speedily find that they will not, in that case, be allowed to keep half the country as their share." It was a great host that was gathered ready for the march south. Gurth had brought down the fighting men of East Anglia. The thanes of the west were there with their tenants. The Bishop of Winchester, Harold's uncle, not only brought the tenants of the church lands, but he himself with 12 of his monks had put on armour under their monkish robes. The Abbot of Peterborough headed a contingent from the Fen country. The men of London under the Sheriff of the Mid Saxons were there, and prepared to die in defence of the royal standard, which it was the special privilege of London to guard. In the Abbey of Westminster, where Harold had received his crown, and in every church of London, mass was celebrated day and night, and was attended by crowds of troops and citizens. Harold himself snatched a day from the cares of preparation to visit Waltham, the abbey that he had founded, and in which he had taken so lively an interest, and there earnestly prayed for victory, with the vow that did he conquer in the strife he would regard himself as God's ransomed servant, and would throughout his life specially devote himself to his service. A day or two after Wulf's arrival in London, a messenger came from William of Normandy, calling upon Harold to come down from his throne and to become, as he had sworn to be, the duke's man. Harold in reply sent back a full answer to William's claims. He admitted that Edward had promised the crown to William, but he said that according to the law of England a man might at any time revoke his will, and this Edward had done, and he had named him as his successor. As to the oath he himself had sworn, he maintained that it was an extorted oath, and therefore of no binding force. Finally he offered rich gifts to William if he would depart quietly, but added that if he was bent on war he would meet him in a battle on the coming Saturday. It is probable that William's insolent message was meant to have the effect of inducing Harold to march against him. The Norman position was a very strong one, and had been carefully fortified, and he hoped that Harold would attempt to storm it. Gurth urged his brother to remain in London while he himself went with the army to battle. A large number of the levies has as yet not come in, and with these, should the first battle be unsuccessful, another army could be gathered to continue the struggle. Moreover, whether the oath Harold had sworn was binding or not, he had sworn, and it were better that another who was perfectly free in his conscience should lead the English to battle. Then too Gurth urged if he himself was slain it would matter comparatively little, while Harold's death would jeopardize the whole kingdom. He prayed him therefore to stay in London and to gather another and greater force, and to lay waste the whole land between London and the coast, so that the Normans, whether successful or not in their first battle, would be starved into a departure from the land. The counsel of Gurth was approved by the thanes, but Harold rejected it. He declared that he would never let his brothers and friends go forth to danger on his behalf while he himself drew back from facing it. Neither could he bring himself to harm the lands or goods of any Englishman. For 6 days Harold remained in London waiting, but in vain, for the forces from the north to join him, and on the Thursday morning set out with his army in order to meet the invaders on the day he had named. Accounts differ very widely as to the strength of that army. Norman writers, in order to glorify their own victory, speak of it as one of prodigious numbers. English writers, on the other hand, endeavour to explain the defeat by minimizing the number of those who followed Harold's standard. Doubtless the English king, knowing the proved valour of his housecarls, and fresh from the crushing defeat inflicted on the Norsemen, considered the numbers to be sufficient. His military genius was unquestionable, and next only to William the Norman he was regarded as the greatest general in Europe. As there was no occasion for haste so long as the Normans remained at Hastings, he would not have moved forward with a force that he deemed insufficient, when he knew that in another week its numbers would have been doubled. On the day that the king made his last visit to Waltham, Wulf rode over to Croydon in compliance with an entreaty he received from Edith. "When does the army march?" she asked anxiously as he entered. "The day after tomorrow, lady." "And my lord goes with it?" "He does. I myself think that Gurth's counsel was good, and that it were best for England that he remained at Westminster, and yet I can understand well that he himself would feel it a shame did he remain behind." "I feel sore misgivings," Edith said, bursting into tears. "When he marched north against the King of Norway and Tostig, I felt no doubt he would return victorious, but night after night I have had evil dreams, and though I pray continually, my spirit has no relief. I have never feared for him before. I have always felt sure that whoever died, Harold would be spared for the sake of England, but I have no such feeling now. It seems to me that I sacrificed him and myself in vain when I bade him leave me and marry the sister of the northern earls. No good has come of it. They are behaving now as traitors, and he has lost his life's happiness, and yet I did it for the best. It was a noble sacrifice, lady, and come what may, you have no cause to regret it." "The queen is not with him," Edith said bitterly. "No, she is at Oxford. You must not think, lady, that the king has been unhappy since he came to the throne. He has been so incessantly occupied with work that he has had no time for domestic happiness, even if it had been within his reach. His thoughts are ever on England, and he has no thought of self. Labouring ever for the good of his subjects, he has his happiness alike in their love and in the knowledge that he is doing all that man can for their welfare. If he dies, he will die the death not only of a soldier but of the noblest king that ever sat on the English throne, and at all times he will be enshrined in the hearts of the English people, whether Normans or Englishmen reign over the land." "That is true, and I must take comfort from it, Wulf, but it was not for this that I sent for you, but to ask you where the battle is likely to be fought." "Near Hastings, assuredly," Wulf replied. "I shall travel south tomorrow. I have had a message from the king praying me to see him, but that would be too much for me. He is another woman's husband, and I dare not meet him. It were a sin for me to do so, but I would fain be nearer to the scene of the battle, so that in a few hours I might journey there, in order that if my lord dies I might see him once again. I know the superior of a convent at Lewes, and there I will betake myself. Thence, as I believe it, it is some 16 miles to Hastings, and so far as I have heard the Norman plunderers have not gone so far west. Should aught happen to him, will you send a speedy messenger to me? Should I live through the fight I will do so, lady, but even should I not return the news will travel swiftly. But God forfend that so great a loss should fall upon England." "Amen," Edith murmured, "and yet I fear." "Thanks, Wulf, for coming. Perchance we may not meet again. I am thinking of entering a convent, probably that at Lewes. The struggle and pain here is well nigh too great for me, but in the walls of a cloister I may find peace. If my fears are fulfilled I shall assuredly do this, and when I return to the convent I shall leave it no more. My life is over. I have a happy past to look back upon. In that I am blessed, and I shall be happier than those who have no such consolation. Moreover, I can still be proud of Harold, and may love him as I might love the memory of a husband who is lost. God bless you, Wulf, and protect you through the coming battle." Wulf rode sadly back to the camp. Although he had denied it to Edith, he could but not admit to himself that the sacrifice that she and Harold had made had so far been unavailing. It had failed to draw the northern earls closer to the king. The marriage had been productive of no happiness to Harold, and the only reward he had gained had been in the sympathy of the people, who knew well enough that he had sacrificed his love for the good of his country. The army marched rapidly. Beorn and Wulf rode together and talked over the chances of the coming battle. "I cannot blame Harold for not remaining behind," Wulf said, "though it was certainly more politic for him to have stayed in London. As he could not do so, I think it would have been well had he bidden Gurth remain behind to gather another army with which to meet the Normans should we be defeated. Or, if he could not spare Gurth, he might have left Leofric behind. It is assuredly a mistake for the three brothers all to come, for should all fall, England would no longer have a head. Surely no such misfortune will befall us, Wulf. I know not. They will fight side by side, and should one fall, all may perish together. One at least ought to remain behind. It matters not how many of us are killed, so that one of Godwin's sons is left to rally the kingdom. You may be sure that if we are conquered, the victors will be in but poor condition to meet another foe. But if there is no one to gather an army and unite all England against the Normans, they will eat us up piecemeal. We must not think of so terrible a thing, Wulf. It is not like you to look at the dark side. Why, when we were in Wales, and in as bad a plight as could well be, you always made light of danger, and managed affairs as if we were certain to succeed. Why should we be defeated? Why should the king be killed? He went through the terrible fight at Stamford Bridge without a scratch. We have seen the Normans at work, and know that they are not such terrible fellows. As for their duke, I would assuredly rather meet him in battle, doughty as he may be, than have faced Harold Hardrada with his two-handed sword. I have every hope of winning the day, Beorn, but still I do regret much that Gurth and Leofric are both here. Do you remember that in Wales we agreed that it was always well to have a way of retreat in case of defeat? Well, I feel that defeat this time will mean not only the defeat of an army, but the ruin of England. On Friday afternoon the army reached rising ground near the village of Senlac, which Harold had beforehand fixed upon as the place where he would give battle to the invaders. Kent and Sussex he knew well. They had been the home of his family, and he owned vast estates there. Doubtless in the long weeks of waiting for the coming of the Norman fleet, he had fixed upon this spot as one well suited for a battle. It was necessary that the English should fight on the defensive. The Normans were strong in cavalry, while the English were unaccustomed to fight on horseback, and would have been at a grievous disadvantage had they attacked the enemy. The hill offered many advantages to a force standing on the defensive. The great eastern road passed close to its foot, and its possession barred the passage of the invaders in that direction. The ground between it and the sea was marshy and broken, and its occupation by an English force left the Normans no choice but to come out and attack them. The sides were steep and the ground rose rapidly in the rear, so that the Norman cavalry could not attack from behind. It was indeed a sort of peninsula running southward from the main range of hills. The moment the troops reached the ground, the royal standard was planted, and the men set to work to fell trees and to form a triple palisade along the accessible side of the hills. The force at Harold's command must have been far nearer to the estimate given of its strength by the English chroniclers than by the Normans, for the space occupied was insufficient for the standing room of such an army as that enumerated by the latter writers. Harold relied almost entirely upon the housecarls. The levies might be brave, but they were undisciplined, and might easily be thrown into disorder. They would, too, be impatient under the trial of a long day's battle. It is even said that he sent away some of the ill-armed levies, who came flocking in from the country round, eager to revenge the injuries received at the hands of the Normans. It was upon the shield wall, the favourite formation of the English, that he relied to win the battle. It was their national mode of fighting. It was that in which Alfred had led the Saxons to victory over the Danes. It was that in which they clashed against the shield wall of Norway and shattered it, and he might well hope that the barons of Normandy and the adventurers from all parts of Europe who fought under William's banner might well try in vain to break it. In the evening a messenger arrived from William, again bidding Harold to resign the kingdom or meet the duke in single combat, the crown of England to be the prize of the victor. Harold refused the challenge. He had proved his personal courage too often for it to be supposed that he declined from any feeling of cowardice, but he knew well that the issue could not be thus decided. Were he to fall, the people would still refuse to accept William as their king. Were William to fall, the host that had gathered for the plunder of England would still give battle. Nothing was therefore to be gained by the proposed combat. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hastings. The fiction of the Norman historians that while the Normans passed the night preceding the battle in prayer, the English spent it in feasting, is even more palpably absurd than the many other falsehoods invented for the purpose of damaging the character of Harold. The English army had marched nearly 70 miles in the course of 2 days, and had in addition laboured incessantly for many hours in erecting the palisades and in digging ditches. We may be sure that after 2 such days the great mass of the army lay down dog tired directly their work was done, and slept till morning. Harold and his thanes had shared in their labours, and knowing the terrible work that awaited them in the morning, would most surely be disposed to get as long a sleep as possible to prepare for it. But what is most opposed to the Norman story is the fact that Harold was a sincerely and deeply religious man, far more so than his rival. The life of the one man was in accordance with his professions. He was gentle and merciful, and ever ready to forgive his enemies, adverse to bloodshed, and so true a friend of the church that the whole of the prelates and clergy set the interdict of the Pope at naught for his sake. The only exception in his clemency to the conquered was in the case of the Welsh, and in this instance the stern measures he adopted were in the end the most merciful. No oaths could bind these marauders, and the stern punishment he inflicted was the means of procuring for the west of England a respite from their incursions that lasted for 3 generations. William of Normandy, on the contrary, was absolutely merciless in warfare. He was not cruel for the sake of cruelty, but where he deemed that the policy demanded it, he was ruthless, and spared neither age nor sex. He was lavish to the church, but it was rather because he needed and obtained its aid than from any feeling of real piety. In point of ability, both civil and military, the Duke of Normandy and Harold of England were perhaps about equal. In point of nobility of character, there was no comparison between them. We may be sure that the night before the battle Harold prayed as earnestly as he had prayed at Waltham for the aid of heaven. Wulf and Beorn lay down among the thanes after Harold, sitting with them round a fire, had explained his plans for the battle. So calmly and confidently did he speak, and so strong was their position, that even those who had, like Wulf, doubted the wisdom of an advance until the whole force of England had assembled, now felt something like an assurance of victory, and all lay down to sleep with the belief that the victory at Stamford Bridge would be repeated. On waking, Wulf visited his men. They were already astir, and he was astounded at seeing among them the towering figure of Osgod. "Why, what means this, Osgod?" he exclaimed. "Did I not order you to rest quietly at York?" "That you did, my lord," Osgod said, "and no man obeys your orders more readily than I, and everything that you bid me to do I am willing to do it if possible. But in this it was not possible, for I could not remain at York either in rest or quiet. I should have had fever in my blood, and would by this time have been lying as deep in the earth as Harold of Norway himself. Therefore, in order to get the rest and quiet you had ordered, it was necessary for me to come south. As you had left me well supplied with money, I was able to do so in comfort, and though I could well enough walk, I have had myself carried in a litter by easy stages. I reached London on Wednesday night, having been a fortnight on the way, and arrived here an hour since. Each day I walked a little so as to keep my health and exercise my limbs, and so well have I succeeded that my wound is well nigh healed, and although I doubt whether I shall be able to use a heavy axe, I trust I shall be able to strike hard enough with the right hand to split a few Norman helms." "But the exertion may set your wounds bleeding afresh, Osgod," Wulf said, unable to repress a smile at Osgod's argument. "Methinks there is no fear of that. The most nights I have slept at monasteries, and I have inquired from monks whom I told that I must needs stand by your side today, whither I should be fit. They said at first that there would be some risk in the matter, but that if I continued to take rest and quiet as I was doing, and the wound continued to heal favourably, it was possible, if I abstained from actual fighting, I might do so. But of late they have spoken more confidently. I told the monk who seared my arm to do it heartily, for a little pain more or less was of small account, so that he made a good job of it. And so, what with the rest and quiet, and my mind being at ease, it went on so well that a monk who examined it at Westminster on Wednesday evening told me that, save for the healing of the skin, the wound was pretty nigh cured, and that he thought there was no chance whatever of its breaking out afresh. He bandaged it tightly to prevent any rush of blood to the veins, and though when I drove an axe just now into that stump yonder, I felt that I had not got back my strength fully, I expect when I warm to the work I shall strike as strongly as most. Well, at any rate, you must take care of yourself, Osgod. You can aid me in keeping our men steady, but I charge you not to fight yourself unless you see the line waver. Then you can, of course, throw yourself into the fray. I will keep myself back for that, master, but I am sure we shall have to do our best before sunset, and as all will be risking their lives, there is no reason why I should not do so as well as the rest. The troops made a hearty breakfast from the food they carried, and quenched their thirst at the little stream that ran down by the side of the slope. Then they were told off to the ground they were to occupy. At 9 in the morning the vanguard of the Norman army appeared over the brow of a rise, and the English at once took up their positions. In the centre were the housecarls of the royal house and those of the thanes, together with the men of Kent, whose right it was ever to be in the front of a battle, and the London citizens under their sheriff. All these were armed and attired like the housecarls. In the centre of this array flew the royal standard, and around it were the three royal brothers, Aelfwig their uncle, with his monk's cowl over his helmet, and their nephew Hakon, the son of Sweyn. The housecarls were in triple line. To the left and right of them were the levies, as brave as their more heavily armed comrades, but altogether without discipline, and armed in the most primitive manner. A few only carried swords or axes, the majority had spears or javelins, many had only forks or sharp stakes, while some carried stone hammers and axes, such as were used by their primitive ancestors. As the Norman army wound down from the opposite hill and formed up the order of battle, Harold rode along in the front of his line, exhorting to all to stand firm. They were there, he said, to defend their country, and to defend their country they had but to hold the hill. Were they steadfast and firm, they could assuredly resist the attack of this host who came to capture and plunder England. The order in which the Normans prepared for battle was similar to that of the English. Both commanders had been well informed by spies of the strength and position of their opponents, and the duke placed his tried Norman troops in the centre to match themselves against the English housecarls. His Breton contingent was on his left, while on the right were the French, the Flemings, and other foreign adventurers who had come to fight under his banner. In the front line were the archers and slingers, who were to open the battle and shake the line of the defenders. Behind these came the infantry, who were to hew down the palisades and clear a way for the cavalry charge full into the centre of the English host. A Norman trumpet gave the signal for the commencement of the battle, and the archers along the whole line poured a storm of arrows into the English. It was unanswered, for there were few bowmen among the defenders of the hill, and the distance was too great for the javelin men to hurl their missiles. After the archers had shot several volleys of arrows, they fell back, and the infantry advanced against the hill. But before they did so, Taillefer, a Norman minstrel, dashed forward on horseback, and spurring up the ascent, tossing his sword in the air and catching it as it fell, rode up to the English line. One man he pierced with a lance, another he cut down with his sword, and then fell dead under the blow of a heavy axe. This mad exploit had scarce terminated when the Norman infantry advanced up the hill. They were greeted with a shower of stones and javelins, which slew many, but with unbroken front they pressed upwards until they reached the palisade. Here a desperate struggle began. The Norman sword and spear were met by the axes of the housecarls, and the clubs, spears and forks of the levies. In vain Norman, Breton, Frenchman and Fleming strove to break the English line. The high position of the defenders gave them a great advantage over their assailants, among whose crowded ranks the javelin men did great execution, while the Normans could receive little aid from their archers. Both sides fought with obstinate valour. The Norman battle cry was God help us, the English God Almighty and the Holy Cross, the latter invocation being to the relic at Waltham, which was the king's special object of devotion. With jeering cries too they greeted the efforts of their assailants to cross the palisade and break their line. At last the Norman infantry fell back broken and baffled, having suffered terrible loss, and now the knights and horsemen who formed the backbone of William's army rode up the hill. The duke himself, as well as his brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, who fought beside him, had laid aside their Norman swords and were armed with heavy maces, weapons as formidable as the English axe. But the valour of the horsemen, the strength of their armour, the length of their lances, and the weight of their horses availed no more against the shield wall of the housecarls than the infantry had done. The superior height and strength of the English, and the sweep of their terrible battle axes, counterbalanced the advantage of the horses afforded to the Normans, and hitherto irresistible chivalry of Normandy and France were for the first time dashed backwards by trained infantry. In front of the English line the ground was thickly covered with fallen men and horses. There were but few wounded among them, for where the English axe fell, whether on horse or rider, it did its work thoroughly. But the English too had suffered. The action of swinging the axe with both arms above the head left the neck and upper part of the body exposed, and many had fallen pierced through and through by the Norman spears. A great shout of triumph rose from the English line as the Norman horsemen, unable to do more, fell sullenly back down the hill. As in the centre the king with his thanes and housecarls had repelled the attack of the Normans, so on the flanks the English levies had held their ground against the Bretons and French. But carried away by their exultation, the levies on the right, forgetful of Harold's express orders that no man was to stir from his place until he himself gave the signal for pursuit, broke their line and rushing down the hill fell on the retreating Bretons. Unable to withstand the onslaught, and already disheartened by their failure, the Bretons fled in wild alarm, and rushing towards the centre for protection threw the Normans also into confusion. The panic spread rapidly, the host wavered, and had already begun to fly, when William, throwing off his helmet, rode among them, and exhorting some and striking others with a lance he had caught up, at last he restored order, and the Breton infantry rallied and fell upon their pursuers, killing many and driving the rest back up the hill. Again the Norman infantry and cavalry together advanced up the hill, and the terrible struggle recommenced. William and his brother the bishop performed prodigies of valour, but not less valiantly fought Harold of England and his brothers. The palisade was by this time destroyed in many places, and desperate hand-to-hand contests now took place. Cutting his way through meaner foes, the duke strove to reach the royal standard and encounter Harold himself. He was nearing his goal when Gurth sprang forward, eager above all things to protect Harold from harm. He hurled a javelin at William, but the dart struck the Norman's horse only, and it fell beneath him. William leapt to his feet, and springing upon Gurth, smote with his heavy mace full on his helmet, and the noble Earl of East Anglia fell dead at his feet. Almost at the same moment his brother Leofwin, fighting sword in hand, was slain, but the fall of the two royal brothers in no way changed the fate of the battle. The men of Kent and Essex, furious at the fall of their beloved earls, fought even more fiercely than before to avenge their deaths. William had remounted, but his second horse was also slain. Eustace of Boulogne offered him his horse, and himself mounting that of one of his followers, they fell together upon the English line. But all the valour of the duke and his chivalry failed to break it. On the French left the Bretons had indeed succeeded in completely destroying the palisade, but the levies stood firm, and no impression was made upon their solid line. The attack had failed, and even William saw that it was hopeless any more to hurl his troops against the shield wall. but the manner in which the English irregulars had been induced to break their array led him to try by a feigned retreat to induce them to repeat their error. While the fight yet raged around him, he sent orders to the Bretons to turn and flee, and then if the defenders pursued them to turn upon them, while he ordered a portion of his Norman force to make straight for the gap as soon as the English left their posts. The stratagem was successful. Again with exulting shouts the levies poured out in pursuit of the Bretons. Those fled for some distance, and then suddenly turning fell upon their pursuers. Ill armed and undisciplined as the levies were, and unable to withstand the attack of such overwhelming numbers, they bore themselves gallantly. One party took possession of a small outlying hill, and with showers of darts and stones they killed or drove off all who attacked them. The greater part, however, made their way to broken ground to the west of the hill, and made a stand on the steep bank of a small ravine. The French horsemen, charging down upon them, unaware of the existence of the ravine, fell into it, and were slaughtered in such numbers by the knives and spears of the English that the ravine was well nigh filled up with their dead bodies. But gallantly as the levies had retrieved their error, it was a fatal one. As soon as they had left their line, the Normans, told off for the duty, pressed into the gap, and were followed by the whole of their main body, and thus the English lost the advantage of position, and the contending hosts faced each other on the hill, the ground now occupied by the Normans being somewhat higher than that on which the housecarls stood. It was now about 3 in the afternoon, and the fight had been raging for 6 hours. But though thus outflanked and the order of their battle destroyed, the veterans of Harold showed neither alarm nor discouragement. Their formation was changed, the shield wall still faced the Normans, and for a time every effort to break it failed. In vain the Norman cavalry charged down upon it. In vain their duke plied his terrible mace. Occasionally men, worn out by the long defensive battle, sprang from the English ranks and engaged knight or baron hand to hand. All along the line such single-handed conflicts were going on, and the roar of the battle was as loud and fierce as at the beginning of the day. So for 3 more hours the fight went on. With diminishing numbers but with undiminished bravery the English still held their ground, and as twilight was now closing in, it seemed as if they would maintain it till nightfall. Then William ordered up his archers again, bade them shoot their arrows high into the air so that they should fall among the king and his thanes grouped round the standard. The effect was terrible. Through helm and shoulder guard the arrows made their way. The soldiers held their shields above their heads, but the thanes had no such protection. Harold glanced up for a moment, and as if directed by the hand of fate, an arrow struck him full in the eye, and he fell prostrate as if struck by a thunderbolt. A cry of horror and dismay burst from the thanes around him, but there was no time for the indulgence of grief. The Normans too had seen the king fall, and with shouts of triumph a body of knights tried to force their way in to take possession of his body. But so long as an Englishman could swing axe this was not to be, and the assault was repulsed as others had been before. Nor when the news of Harold's fall spread did the brave housecarls lose heart, but sternly and obstinately as ever held together. At last the Normans burst in at the centre, each baron and knight striving to be the first to pluck down the standards. The one the king's own cognizance, the other the national banner that waved side by side. One after another the thanes were smitten down. Not one asked for quarter, not one turned his back upon the foe. Beorn and Wulf had through the long fight stood side by side, and the watchfulness with which they guarded each other had carried them so far unharmed through it. "It is all over now, Beorn," Wulf said, "but it is not hard to die, for without Harold the cause of England is lost." "At any rate we will sell our lives dearly," Beorn said as he struck a Norman knight from his horse. But they were the last defenders of the standards, and the end was at hand. Blows rained down upon them. Beorn was beaten on to one knee. Wulf was so exhausted by his exertions that he could scarce swing his axe, when a Norman baron pressed his horse through the throng, and springing to the ground held his sword aloft and shouted, Stand back! Stand back! These two men hold the duke's solemn pledge for their lives." Some of the others still pressed on, but he shouted again, "Whoever strikes at them strikes at me." There was still hesitation, so furious were the Normans at the resistance they had met with and the tremendous losses they had suffered. But another baron exclaimed, "De Burg is right. I heard the pledge given, and so did many of you. This is the young Saxon who saved the duke's camp from the attack by the Bretons, and bore the brunt of their assault till we had time to arm. The other brought with him the news that Harold was wrecked." The words were decisive, and the Normans turned aside their horses to attack other foes. "Thank God I arrived in time, Wulf," Baron de Burg said. "I knew you would be near the standard, but I was fighting elsewhere when the news reached me that the line was broken and the standard on the point of capture. Are you badly hurt, Beorn?" "I am dizzy and faint," Beorn, who had risen to his feet, replied unsteadily, "but I think not badly wounded." "Walk by me, one on each side, holding my stirrup leathers. I would place you on my horse, but it were best that I myself should be seen." He removed his helmet, and bareheaded moved off with the young thanes walking beside him. Many Normans stopped as he made his way down the hill, but to their questions he replied, "The duke himself has guaranteed the safety of these thanes." And as he was well known to stand high in the duke's favour, his word was at once accepted. In the meantime Harold's standard, whose emblem was a fighting man and the golden dragon, the national banner, had been carried off in triumph. 4 of the Normans, whose names were long held in infamy by the English, discovered the body of the dying king, for it is said that he still breathed. One of these was Eustace of Boulogne, the only man in the 2 armies who had during the engagement showed signs of craven fear. Another was the son of that Count Ponthieu who had once held Harold prisoner. The others were Gifford and Montfort. One ran his spear through Harold's breast, the other struck off his head with his sword, a third pierced the dead body, while the fourth further insulted the dead hero by cutting off one of his legs, an action, however, which William, when he heard of it, pronounced to be shameful, and expelled its perpetrator from the army. But though the king was dead and the standard lost, the survivors of the housecarls still fought on until darkness fell. The levies had fled just before, hotly pursued by the Norman horse. Knowing the ground well, the light armed footmen fled across a bog, and in the fast gathering darkness their pursuers did not notice the nature of the ground, but galloping on plunged into the morass, where great numbers of them perished miserably, either suffocated in the mud or slain by the English, who turned and fell upon them with axe and spear as soon as they saw their plight. So great was the slaughter that those who had reined up their horses in time were stricken with horror even after all the carnage they had witnessed on the field of battle. With darkness the battle came to an end. Few indeed of the housecarls drew off under cover of darkness, their force being almost annihilated. With them had perished almost the whole of the thanes of the south of England and East Anglia. The Sheriff of London had been carried off desperately wounded by a few of his friends, but with this exception none of Harold's companions and thanes left the field alive while daylight lasted. A few only the next morning were found breathing among the mass of dead, and some of these survived and returned at last to their homes, for William, satisfied with the complete victory he had gained, issued orders that all found alive on the field were to be well treated. He felt that he was now King of England, and that clemency was his best policy. Permission was given to the women who flocked in from the country round to search for the bodies of their friends and to remove them for burial. He also commanded a search to be made for the body of Harold, but during the night, while the exhausted soldiers slept heavily after their labours, the camp followers had been busy with the work of plunder. Busiest around the spot where the standards had stood, for here were stores of gold bracelets and rings, the emblems of authority of the thanes, to be collected, and rich garments to be carried off. Thus, then, the heaps of corpses that marked the spot where the fighting had all day been heaviest were unrecognizable, so terrible had been the wounds dealt by sword, battle axe, and mace. De Burg had kept Wulf and Beorn with him all night, and they had lain down and slept together. In the morning he committed them to the charge of some of his personal followers, while he went to the duke to inform him of what he had done. "Thank you, de Burgh," William said. "They are two brave young fellows. I marked them in the fight more than once when I was near the standard, and I should have grieved if ill had befallen them, for they did me loyal service. I had given my word that they should retain their estates in case I ever came to the throne here. I know not what to do with them. Were I to let them go now, they would assuredly take part in any further resistance that the English may offer me. I will not ask them now to swear allegiance to me, for fresh from the battle where they have lost so many friends and the earl they loved so loyally, they would assuredly refuse. If you will grant me a short leave, I will take ship back to Normandy and place them in the care of my wife, where they can remain until matters have settled down here." "It is a good idea, de Burgh. Do so without delay. Methinks that after yesterday there will be no real resistance offered to me. Harold and his brothers and all the leading thanes lie dead. There is no one left to lead the people or to organize a resistance. Therefore I can spare you for a time." Thanking the duke, de Burgh returned to his captives and told them what had been arranged. "We owe you our heartiest thanks, Lord de Burgh, for your kindness," Beorn said. "Assuredly, so long as England resists, we will not acknowledge William of Normandy as king. But when resistance ceases, we will of course take the oath to him, if only for the sake of our people. Partial risings could but bring down his vengeance and cause suffering and ruin to all concerned. Therefore we gratefully accept your offer, but first of all we beg you to let us go to the spot where our housecarls fought. You remember Wulf's man Osgod?" "That I do indeed," de Burgh replied. "The great fellow who fought by his side that night against the Bretons and saved my son's life. Was he there?" "He was," Wulf said, "though greatly against my wishes, for he had lost an arm in the fight at Stamford Bridge, and though it is little more than a fortnight since, he had himself carried down here contrary to my orders and insisted upon joining in the battle. I would fain search for his body and give him burial." "I will come with you at once," the Norman said. "I too owe him a debt of gratitude." The housecarls of Steyning had fallen to a man where they stood, and among them, after some searching, they came upon the body of Osgod, distinguished alike by its bulk and the loss of an arm. His axe lay with a broken shaft by his side, his helmet was cleft asunder, and his face covered with blood. "His body is yet warm," Wulf said as he lifted his arm. "I believe he still lives." De Burgh called upon two Norman soldiers near to aid, and with their assistance Wulf and Beorn carried Osgod down to the stream, where they washed the blood from his face and bathed the wound in his head. "He is certainly alive," Beorn said. "Doubtless he was stunned by the blow and has remained unconscious from the loss of blood." De Burgh sent for a flask of wine, and a little of this was poured through Osgod's lips. Presently there was a deep sigh and a slight motion of the figure, and then Osgod opened his eyes. At first he seemed bewildered, but as his eyes fell on Wulf a look of pleasure came into them, and he smiled faintly. "I am alive, Osgod, and glad indeed to find that you are also. Beorn has also escaped. Take a draught of wine. You have lost a lot of blood and had none to spare." They lifted him into a sitting position and held the cup to his lips while he drank a long draught. "That is better," he murmured. "I can feel it going through my veins. I shall be able to wield an axe yet again. This comes of fighting with a weapon you don't know. The shaft broke as I was guarding my head, and I don't remember anything after." "It saved your life though, Osgod, for it broke the force of the blow which otherwise would have cleft your skull. As it is not gone very deep, and the blood you have lost has run chiefly from a wound on your left shoulder." "How is it that you are here?" Osgod asked, looking round at the Normans. "We are prisoners, though we have not surrendered," Wulf replied. "We were saved by our good friend Lord de Burgh, who has joined us in our search for you. We are to be taken to Normandy as prisoners and to remain in charge of Lady de Burgh." "You shall go too, Osgod," de Burgh said. "You will find it hard to be nursed here, and my wife will see that your wounds are well cared for. Your master will stay with you for the present, for I have matters to see about before we start for the coast." In half an hour he returned. "I have to ask you to perform a last service to your dead king," he said. "The bodies of Gurth and Leofwin have been found and borne away by your people for burial, but none can find the body of Harold. All the dead that were near the standard were removed last night by the soldiers, and among the great pile of dead none can recognize that of your king. Well as they knew him, Wulf and Beorn were unable to recognize the body of Harold amongst the ghastly heap of mutilated corpses. After a time Wulf said: "There is one who might recognize it when all others failed. It is Edith, whom he so long loved as his wife. She may recognize it by some mark or sign unknown to others. If you will give me leave I will ride to Lewes, where she is staying, and bring her hither." "Certainly, Wulf. I will obtain a safe conduct for you from the duke." Wulf had ridden, however, but a mile along the western road when he saw a litter approaching, borne by 4 men. He reined in his horse by its side. An order was given from within, and as the bearers lowered it to the ground Edith stepped out. She was deadly pale, her eyes were red with weeping, and she seemed to Wulf to have aged years since he saw her a week before. "My presentiments have come true, Wulf," she said. "It was no surprise to me when last night the news came that the battle was lost and Harold slain. I had looked and waited for it. You were coming to fetch me?" "Yes, lady. Harold's body has not been found. Early this morning 2 monks of Waltham, who had followed the army and seen the fight afar off, came into camp, and with them Gaitha, Harold's mother. She saw the duke and begged for Harold's body, offering its weight in gold if she might carry it for burial to the Abbey of Waltham. The duke refused, saying that an excommunicated man could not be buried in a holy place. She might remove the bodies of her 2 other sons, but Harold's, when found, should be buried by the sea coast. The monks searched in vain for the body. Beorn and I have done the same, but have failed to recognize it in so vast a heap of slain." "I shall know it," Edith said. "Among 1,000 dead I should know Harold." "It is a terrible sight, lady, for a woman to look upon," Wulf said gently. "I shall see nothing but him," she replied firmly. He accompanied her back to the battleground, where the 2 monks joined her. Wulf, who was greatly shaken by the sight of her set and white face, left her with them. What the eye of friendship had failed to accomplish, that of love detected unerringly. There were marks on Harold's body by which Edith recognized it. One of the monks bore the news to the duke, who charged Sir William Mallet to superintend the burial and to do it with all honour. The remains were collected and reverently placed together. They were wrapped in a purple robe and laid on a litter. Beorn and Wulf and the 2 monks lifted it. Edith walked behind, followed by Lord de Burgh and several other Norman knights and barons who had known Harold in Normandy, and could admire and appreciate the valour of the dead hero. The little procession went down to the shore, where Norman soldiers had already dug a grave, and there by the coast he had defended so well Harold was laid to rest, and over his body a great cairn of stones was raised by order of the duke. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Wulf the Saxon by George Alfred Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lord of Bramber. Edith stood by while the Norman soldiers piled the stones over the grave. No tear had fallen from her eyes from the time that she had reached the field of battle. Her face was as pale as marble and looked almost as rigid. When the last stone was placed on top of the cairn, she turned to Wulf and Beorn. "Farewell, Wulf. Farewell, Beorn. I am glad you were here. I am glad that beside me stood 2 of his most trusted thanes, and 2 of the monks from the abbey he founded, and whose welfare was so dear to him. I go to Lewes, and when the doors of the convent close on me, I shall be dead to the world. Would that I were lying beneath that cairn by the side of my dear lord. I cannot weep for him now, the springs of my heart seem frozen, but I have time for that. Farewell, thanes. I shall remember you in my prayers." So saying, she turned away and walked back to the litter. "Poor lady!" Beorn exclaimed as he watched the litter, escorted by the 2 monks, carried along the road. "Poor lady indeed," Wulf repeated, "and yet there are thousands in England and Normandy who were widowed yesterday, and maybe she is better off than many. She lost Harold the day she resigned him to another, and it was harder perhaps to be parted from him in that fashion than to know that he is dead now. She can think of him as his true widow, for assuredly the queen who never cared aught for him is a widow but in name. Before Edith was tortured by the desire to see him and go to comfort him, and yet his marriage stood as a gulf between them, a gulf that she would never have passed. Now she can think of him as her very own, as the man who had loved her even as she had loved him. It is a grief, a terrible grief, but one without bitterness. But see, Lord de Burgh is coming this way, and as there is a litter behind him, I suppose all is ready for our departure. I am ready, young thanes, de Burgh said as he came up. We ride at once for Pevensey, whither an order was sent some hours ago for a ship to be in readiness to sail for Normandy. 3 horses were led up and mounted. They rode away, followed by an armed party and the litter on which Osgod was laid. "You have done your last duty to your king," the Norman said. "It is a fit grave for a hero, and assuredly Harold was one. Maybe that is not his last resting place. The duke at present doubtless felt constrained at first to refuse him a Christian burial, for had he granted Gyther's request it would have been an acknowledgment that the charges brought against him were unfounded, and the excommunication of no avail. But I doubt not that in time he will allow his body to be taken to his abbey at Waltham. Now," he said less gravely, in order to turn their thoughts from the sad scenes they had witnessed, "what think you of the future? Will the northern earls head a national movement against us?" "They are foul traitors," Beorn exclaimed passionately, "and I would that Wulf and I could meet them in fair lists and fight them." "They will do nothing," Wulf said more quietly. "They will hasten to make the best terms they can for themselves, and will ask to be permitted to hold their earldoms as his vassals. But they will not long enjoy their treachery. They are ever intriguers, and as soon as they see their opportunity will conspire against William as they conspired against Harold. Thank heaven they will receive scantier mercy at his hands than they received at the king's. As for the south and east, who is to lead them? There is no one left to whom they can look for guidance. Doubtless in some places they will resist, but such resistance can only bring ruin upon those who attempt it. Maybe some will take to the forests or the great eastern marshes, and may perhaps hold out for months or even years, but what can it avail in the end? Had Harold escaped alive, there would have been many a battle as obstinate as that of yesterday to fight before England was conquered. Had any of the greater thanes escaped, men would have flocked to them, but they are all gone, save the few that were found well nigh lifeless this morning. Perhaps it is better as it is, for now that William is victorious he will soon receive large bodies of reinforcements, and as resistance would be in vain, it were best that no resistance were made. Duke William has shown himself a wise and just ruler in Normandy, and will doubtless prove himself the same in England, if he be not angered by revolts and risings. It is hard that Englishmen should be ruled by a foreigner, but it is no new thing for us. We Saxons conquered the Britons, and in turn Danish kings have ruled over us, but Saxon and Dane have become almost one, and the old grudges have died out. Maybe in time you Normans also may become English. You would take the oath of allegiance to William then, Wulf?" "Not now, my lord, but when England accepts him as her king I should be willing to hold my lands from him as I have held them before from our kings, that is, if the lands remain mine." "They will remain yours," Lord de Burgh said confidently. "The duke's promise was publicly made, and he will certainly adhere to it. Even if he wished it, he could not, after charging Harold with perjury, break his own promise." The sun was sinking when they reached Pevensey, for the search for Harold's body and the building of his cairn had occupied many hours. They went at once on board one of the ships de Burgh had himself furnished for the expedition, and 2 days later landed at Rouen. They had brought horses with them, and the 2 young thanes at once rode with the baron to his chateau, leaving Osgod to be brought after them in his litter. Lord de Burgh was received with the greatest joy by his wife, Guy, and Agnes. They had been in a state of terrible anxiety for the last 24 hours. for a swift ship had been despatched by the duke with the news of the victory at daybreak after the battle, and it was known that the fight had been long and desperately contested, and that a great number of barons and knights had fallen. As soon as the first outburst of delight was over, the baron called in Wulf and Beorn, who had not followed him into the room, feeling that he would prefer to greet his family alone. Guy gave an exclamation of surprise and pleasure as they came forward. "These are my prisoners," the baron said with a smile, "if I can call prisoners those who have never surrendered. The duke has entrusted them to my keeping, and has ordered that you shall hold them in safe custody. Lord de Burgh does not tell you, lady, that he saved our lives, which but for him were assuredly lost. We were well nigh spent and were surrounded by a ring of foes when he broke in and stood beside us, proclaiming that the duke himself had given a pledge for our safety. I have paid part of the debt we owe," the baron said, "though I saved them at no cost to myself, while Wulf defended Guy at the risk of his life." "How long do you stay with us, my lord?" "As long as I can, wife. I went, as you know, unwillingly to the war, but when all the Norman barons followed the duke I could not hold back. But I trust to have no more of it. So terrible a field no man living has seen, and in truth until twilight fell it seemed that we should be beaten. With such obstinacy and endurance did the English fight. We won, but it was a victory over the dead rather than the living. Of Harold's regular troops no man turned, no man asked for quarter, they fell where they stood, and even the irregulars, who had fought with equal bravery, when, as night fell and all was lost, they fled, inflicted well nigh as heavy a blow upon us as had been dealt during the day. I have no animosity against them. They are valiant men, and were in their right in defending their country, and I would that I could stay peacefully here until the last blow has been struck. I am well content with my estates, and need no foot of English land, no share in English spoil. I must fight for my liege lord as long as fighting goes on, but that over I hope to return here and live in peace. At any rate I can tarry quietly here for a week. Certainly no force could be raised in time to oppose the duke's advance on London, and my sword therefore may well rest in its scabbard. I suppose, thanes, you will not object to give me your parole to attempt no escape?" "Willingly, my lord," Beorn said. "If, contrary to our opinion, England should rise and fight one more battle for freedom, we will give you due notice that we shall if possible escape and cross the sea to join our countrymen." "That is fair enough," de Burgh said with a smile, "and the moment you give me notice I will clap you into so firm a cage that I warrant you will not escape from it. But I trust the necessity will not arise. Now, Guy, take your friends to their chambers and see to their comfort. I will not tell the story of the battle until you return, for doubtless you are burning to hear it, and in truth it will be famous in all times, both as one of the sturdiest fights ever heard of, and because such great issues depended on its results." When Guy returned with his friends and a meal had been eaten, de Burgh told the story of the Battle of Senlac. "Such is the story as far as I know it," he added in conclusion, "but in truth beyond the beginning and end, and the fact that we twice fell back, and at one time were flying in headlong route to our ships, I know nothing. All day I was striving to break through a living wall, and striving in vain. I can see now the close line of shields, the helmet covered faces above them, and the terrible axes rising and falling, cleaving through helmet and hauberk as if they had been pasteboard. It may well nigh be said that we have no wounded, for each man struck fell in his track as if smitten by lightning. Can you add more, thanes?" Beorn shook his head. "It is like a dream," Wulf said. "We never moved through the long day. At times there was a short lull, and then each man was fighting as best he could. I know that my arms grew tired and that my axe seemed to grow heavier, that horse and foot swept up to us, and there was occasionally breathing time, that the royal brothers' voices rose ever cheeringly and encouragingly until Gurth and Leofwin fell, and after that Harold's alone was heard, though I think it came to my ears as from a distance, so great was the tumult, so great our exertions. When Harold died I knew that all was lost, but even that did not seem to affect me. I had become a sort of machine, and fought almost mechanically, with a dim consciousness that the end was close at hand. It was only at the last, when Beorn and I stood back to back, that I seemed myself again, and was animated with new strength that came, I suppose, from despair. "It was an awful day," de Burgh said. "I have fought in many battles under the duke's banner, but the sternest of them were but paltry skirmishes in comparison to this. Half of the nobles of Normandy lie dead. Half the army that filled the mighty fleet that sailed from St. Valery have fallen. William is king of England, but whether that will in the end repay Normandy for the loss she has suffered seems to me very doubtful. And now let us to bed. I sleep not well on shipboard, and in truth I had such dreams of death and slaughter that I ever awoke bathed with sweat, and in such fear that I dared not go to sleep again." At the end of a week the barons sailed for England. To the two young Englishmen the following weeks passed pleasantly. Ships came frequently from England with news of what was doing there. William had tarried for some time at his camp in Hastings, expecting to receive the submission of all England, but not an Englishman came to bow before him. The northern earls had hurried to London as soon as they heard of the defeat at Senlac and the death of the king and his brothers, and a Witan was instantly summoned to choose his successor to the throne. Edwin and Morcar thought that the choice of the nation would surely fall upon one or other of them, as in rank and position they were now the first men in the realm. They exerted themselves to the utmost to bring this about, but no true-hearted Englishman could forgive either their acceptance of Harold Hardrada as their king, or the long and treacherous delay that had left southern England to stand alone on the day of battle. The choice of the Witan fell on the young Edgar, the grandson of Edmund Ironside, the last male survivor of the royal blood. Edgar, however, was never crowned, as that ceremony could only take place at one of the festivals of the church, and it was therefore postponed until Christmas. London was eager for resistance. Alfred had fought battle after battle against the Danes, and though without their natural leaders, the people thought southern England looked forward to a long and determined struggle. With the army of the north as its rallying centre, a force more numerous than that which Harold had led might soon be gathered, but these hopes were dashed to the ground by the treacherous northern earls. Had one of them been chosen to sit on the vacant throne, they would doubtless have done their best to maintain that throne, but they had been passed over, and oblivious to the fact that it was to the south they owed the rescue of their earldoms from the sway of the King of Norway and Tostig, they sullenly marched away with their army and left the south to its fate. While the cause of England was thus being betrayed and ruined, William was advancing eastward along the coast, ravaging and destroying. Romney was levelled to the ground and its inhabitants slain. Dover opened its gates. It is probable that most of the male population had joined Harold and had fallen at Senlac, and that the terrible fate of Romney had struck such terror into the hearts of the inhabitants, who knew there was no army that could advance to their assistance, that they surrendered at the conqueror's approach. To them William behaved with lenity and kindness. His severity at Romney and his lenity at Dover had their effect. There being no central authority, no army in the field, each town and district was left to shift for itself, and assuredly none of them unaided could hope to offer prolonged resistance to the Normans. After 8 days' stay at Dover, William advanced towards Canterbury, and was met by a deputation of the citizens offering their submission, and soon from all parts of Kent similar messages came in. Kent had done its full share in the national defence on the hill near Hastings, and was not to be blamed if, when all England remained supine and inactive, its villagers refused to throw away their lives uselessly. The duke was detained by sickness for a month near Canterbury, and there received the submission of Kent and Sussex, and also that of the great ecclesiastical city of Winchester. But the spirit of resistance in London still burned brightly, and William was indisposed to risk the loss that would be incurred by an assault upon its walls. He therefore moved round in a wide circle, wasting the land, plundering and destroying, till the citizens, convinced that resistance could only bring destruction upon themselves and their city, and in spite of the efforts of their wounded sheriff, sent an embassy to the Duke at Berkhamsted to submit and to do homage to him. Not London alone was represented by this embassy. The young king, elected but uncrowned, was with it. 2 archbishops, 2 bishops, and many of the chief men in England accompanied it, and although they were not spokesmen of any Witan, they might be said fairly to represent London and southern England. Deserted by the north, without a leader, and seeing their land exposed to wholesale ravages, the South and West Saxons were scarcely to be blamed for preferring submission to destruction. They doubtless thought that William, the wise ruler of Normandy, would make a far better king than the boy they had chosen, who was himself almost as much a foreigner as William, save that there was a strain of English royal blood in his veins. So had England accepted Canute the Dane as her king, and he had ruled as an English monarch wisely and well. The embassy offered William the crown. The Norman prelates and priests, who held so many of the dignities in the English church, had worked hard to incline men's minds to this end. Silent while England stood united under its king to oppose the invader, their tongues were loosed as soon as the strength of England was broken and its king dead, and they pointed out that God had clearly designed William as their king by giving him victory and by destroying alike Harold and his brothers. William went through the farce of hesitating to accept the offer of the crown, and held a consultation with his officers as to the answer he should give. They of course replied that he should accept the offer. William therefore marched with his army to London, where on Christmas Day the same prelate who had anointed Harold King of England crowned William as his successor. A few days later Beorn and Wulf, with Osgod, who had now completely recovered from his wounds, set sail for England. There was no longer any reason why they should not take their oaths to serve William. He was the crowned King of England, the accepted of the people as Harold had been, and when all southern England had submitted, it was not for them, who had received special favours at William's hand, to hold back. With them went Lady de Burgh, Guy and Agnes, and many other Norman ladies on their way to rejoin their lords in London. Baron de Burgh, on the day after their arrival at Westminster, led the 2 young thanes to the private apartment of the king. He received them graciously. "There are none of your nation," he said, "whose homage I more gladly accept. You fought valiantly before under my banner, and will, I am sure, be ready to do so again should occasion arise. I am thankful to my Lord de Burgh that he interposed in my name and saved your lives. I have not forgotten the other part of my promise, and have this morning ordered my justiciar to add to your estates forfeited lands adjoining." Beorn and Wulf had previously talked the matter over. Their own inclinations would have led them to refuse the offer, but as it was certain that the land forfeited to the crown by the death of its holders in battle would be appointed among William's Norman followers, they thought that it would be wholly for the benefit both of the families of the late thanes and for their tenants and people that they should accept any estate William might bestow upon them. They therefore thanked the duke in suitable terms, and at once took the oaths for the lands he might be pleased to bestow upon them. A week later they received the formal deeds, which in both cases more than doubled the estates they before possessed. The same evening Lord de Burgh said to Wulf, who had tarried in London while Beorn had at once set out for Fareham, "I think the time has come, Wulf, when I can speak of a subject that has been in my thoughts for a long time, and which, although you have not spoken, has, as my wife and I have both seen, been dear to you. Normandy and England are now one, and we are vassals of the same king. As long as there was a probability that Englishmen and Normans might be ranged in battle against each other, it was not expedient that aught should be done in the matter, but now this obstacle is removed, I can offer you the alliance on which I am sure your heart is set, and give you the hand of my daughter in marriage." "It is the greatest wish of my life," Wulf replied gratefully. "I should have asked you for her hand had it not been for the position of public affairs. I love her dearly, though I have until now abstained from speaking, and yet I would not wed her unless her heart went freely with her hand." "I think not that she will be disobedient to my wishes," De Burg said, smiling. "She has proved deaf to all her Norman suitors, and although among them were some whom few maidens would have said no to, her mother and I had no wish to force her inclinations, especially as we both shrewdly suspected where her heart had been bestowed. This alliance, too, has long been the dearest wish of Guy. On the bed of sickness where he lay so long, and from which seemed at one time that he would never rise, he often spoke to me of it. He was fondly attached to his sister, and again said that he wished of all things that you should some day become her husband, as he was sure her happiness would be safe with you, and that you would worthily fill his place to us, and would, when the time came, rule nobly over the lands of De Burg." "God forbid that that should ever be the case," Wulf said earnestly. "I trust that Guy will live long, and that he will marry and leave descendants to follow him." The baron shook his head sadly. "Guy is better," he said, "but he is still weak and fragile, and the leeches tell me that a rough winter, or an illness that would be naught to others, might carry him off. I have small hopes that he will ever marry. I am sure that no such thought is in his mind. He is as eager now as he was 4 years ago that you should be son to us, and a husband to Agnes. He has also earnestly expressed the wish, in which I also join, that you should take our name. You English have no family names, but that will come with other Norman customs, and marrying a De Burg, it would seem natural that you yourself should become Wulf de Burg. I should feel it a high honour. There is no more noble name in Normandy, and I trust I may prove worthy of bearing it." "That I have no fear of, Wulf, else I should not have offered you the hand of my daughter. I will bring my wife and Guy in. I have offered you the hand of Agnes, but it is right that you should ask her mother's consent, although beforehand assured of it." He left the room and soon returned with Lady de Burg and Guy. "My lord has told me," she said before Wulf could speak, "that you would ask my consent to your marriage with Agnes. I give it to you unasked, freely and gladly. I have but one regret, that the seas will divide us." "Not so," the baron said. "William's court will be held in London, and for years he will reside here far more than in Normandy, and will expect his nobles to be frequently with him. I certainly shall not come here alone, and you will therefore have as many opportunities of seeing Agnes as if she were married to a Norman whose estates did not lie near our own. I thank you most deeply, Lady de Burg, for the confidence which you show in entrusting your daughter's happiness to me. I swear that with all my might and power I will strive to make her happy, and will spare her to visit you in Normandy whensoever you may wish it." Guy came forward now and grasped Wulf's hand. "How I have longed for this time, my brother," he said. "How I have hoped that I might at least live long enough to know that the dearest wish of my heart would be gratified. I can go hence now right willingly when God calls me, knowing that my father and mother have another son to fill my place, and that the happiness of my sister is secured." "And now, wife, will you fetch Agnes from her chamber?" the baron said. In 2 or 3 minutes the baroness returned, leading Agnes, to whom she had told the reason of her summons. The baron stepped forward and took her hand. "My daughter," he said, "the Thane of Steyning has asked you for your hand in marriage, and your mother and I have given our free and full consent, but he would fain know from your own lips that you will come to him willingly. I have loved you, Agnes, since while still but a boy I first saw you, and my love has grown ever since. The happiness of my life depends upon your answer, but unless your heart goes with your hand, I would rather remain unmarried to my dying day." The girl had stood with downcast eyes and with flushed face until now. When Wulf ceased speaking she looked up into his face. "I love you, Wulf. I have always loved you. It is for your sake that I have said no to the suitors of my own race who have sought my hand. I will be a true wife and loving to you." "Then take her, Wulf," the baron said, placing her hand in his. "You are now her betrothed husband and our adopted son." Wulf stooped and kissed the girl's lips, and the betrothal was completed. After some talk it was arranged that Wulf should at once journey down to Steyning, assume possession of his new estates, set the house in order, and prepare for their coming. Guy was to accompany him, and as soon as all was in readiness Wulf would come up to London and return with Lord and Lady de Burgh and Agnes, who would pay a short visit, and all would then cross to Normandy, for the marriage was to take place at their chateau there. "I was sure how it would be," Osgod said when Wulf told him the news that night. "I should have been blind indeed if I had not seen it long ago. I love not the Normans, but I make an exception in the case of Lord de Burgh and his family, and truly it will in all respects be a good thing for your tenants. Although the duke, or I suppose I ought to say the king, promises greatly at present, there is no saying what he may do later on, and he has all these locusts to provide for. 'Tis well indeed then that there should be a Norman lady as well as an English thane at Steyning." Wulf's return home gave rise to demonstrations of the greatest joy amongst his tenants. They had heard nothing of him since the battle, and had deemed him to have fallen with the rest of the defenders of the standard, and had been living in fear of the arrival of some Norman baron to be their lord. Wulf was greatly pleased to find that although not one of his housecarls had returned from Hastings, the greater portion of his irregular levies had escaped at nightfall with the party who had inflicted so heavy a blow upon their pursuers. For the next few days Wulf was thoroughly occupied. The tenants of his new estates received him almost as joyfully as his own had done, for, like them, they had expected the advent of a Norman master. In one or two of the estates that had fallen to him, the thane he had succeeded had left no heirs, while the other thane had left a widow and a young family. Wulf arranged that these should remain in their home, receiving for their maintenance half the rents of the estate. Guy was greatly pleased with the fair country in which his sister's lot was to be cast, but he owned frankly that the house seemed unworthy now of the large estate, and was indeed but a poor place in comparison with the noble chateau in which she had been brought up. "That shall be remedied, Guy, as soon as matters settle down. I have laid by none of my revenues for the keeping up of 100 housecarls as tax them to the utmost, but now that my income is more than doubled, and this expense has altogether ceased, I shall have funds with which I can soon begin to build. When I was young Steyning seemed to me a fine house, but after your Norman castles it is indeed but a poor place." When a fortnight later the de Burghs arrived with Wulf, while Agnes expressed herself delighted with the quaintness of the old Saxon home, her father and mother were decidedly of Guy's opinion. "The house is a good house in its way," the baron said, "but there will be great changes in the land. Much of it will be transferred to Norman hands, and ere long castles and chateaux like ours at home will rise everywhere, and as an English noble with broad lands it is but fit that your residence should vie with the others. But this shall be my care, and shall be my daughter's special dowry. I foresee that it will be long ere matters wholly settle down. Moreover, though William's hand is strong, that of his successor may be weak, and in time there will be the same troubles here among the barons that there were in Normandy before William put them down with a strong hand. Therefore I should say we will build a castle rather than a chateau, for such I am sure will be the style of all the Norman buildings here until England settles down to peace and quiet. I would not disturb this house, Wulf. It is doubtless dear to you, and will moreover serve as a dowager house or as an abode for a younger son. We will fix on a new site altogether, and there we will rear a castle worthy of the estate. By the way, I have spoken to the king of your betrothal to my daughter, and he is highly pleased. He says that it is his earnest wish that his Norman nobles shall marry English heiresses, both because they will thus come into possession of lands without disturbing the owners, and because such mixture of blood will the more speedily weld the two peoples into one, and that similarly he is glad to see a Norman maiden united to an English noble of whom he has so high an opinion." Fond as Wulf was of his old home, he saw that it would be best to abandon it for a new residence more suited to the times and more in accordance with his own increased possessions and the home from which he was taking his wife. After riding round the estates, Lord de Burgh and he fixed upon a knoll of rising ground near the village of Bramber, and not far from the religious house where Wulf had spent so many evenings and whose prior had been one of the first to welcome his return. "I will charter a ship at Rouen," Lord de Burgh said, "and send over a master craftsman skilful in designing and building castles, and a large number of quarrymen, masons and carpenters. Labour here is scarce, and the men are unskilled at this kind of work. Rough labour can doubtless be obtained, and your tenants can transport the stones from the quarry and dig the fosse. I will send over a goodly number of men. It will cost no more to employ 300 for 6 months than 50 for 3 years." A week later Wulf sailed for Rouen with the de Burghs. Beorn accompanied him, as well as Osgod, to be present at the wedding, which took place at Rouen Cathedral. A month later Wulf returned with his wife to Steyning. Already an army of men were at work at Bramber. The tenants all gave their assistance readily, and far beyond the amount their feudal tenure required, for they saw the advantage it would be to them to have a strong castle in their midst to which they could retire in case of danger. Labourers had been engaged in large numbers from the country round by the master craftsmen. The outlines of the castle had been traced and the ground dug for its foundations, while already the broad deep fosse which was to round it had been dug to a depth of several feet. The stones had to be brought from a considerable distance, but as at this time of year there was little work for the carts, those belonging not only to the tenants of the estate but to the cultivators for miles around were engaged in the service. In 6 months a stately pile had risen in the midst of the tranquil glade. When it was ready for occupation, Lord and Lady de Burgh and their son came over, and great festivities were held when Wulf de Burgh, now Lord of Bramber, moved into the castle. Soon after the birth of their first son, Wulf and his wife received a hasty summons to cross the sea, and arrived in time to stand by the deathbed of Guy. Wulf had been greatly moved by the storm of war that had swept over the north of England, and the terrible vengeance taken by William there. He had no pity for the traitor earls, but he grieved for the men who, but for their treachery, would have fought at Hastings. He regretted deeply the isolated risings in various parts of the country, whose only effect was to bring ruin upon whole districts and to increase the sternness and rigour of William's rule. Wulf's afterlife was divided between England and Normandy. As he became a baron of the latter country at the death of Lord de Burgh, he fought no more in England, but more than once followed William's banner in his struggles with his rebellious sons and turbulent nobles. He lived to see the animosities between Englishmen and Normans beginning to die out, and to find our kings relying upon sturdy English men at arms and bowmen in their struggles with the French kings and with the Norman barons who held so large a portion of English soil. Osgod became the sentinel of the castle, and held it for his lord during his absences in Normandy. Wulf took an interest in the fortunes of Ulf, who in the course of time succeeded to the business of Ulred, and became one of the most skilled and famous armourers in London. Beorn married the former heiress of one of the estates William had granted him, and his firm friendship with the Lord of Bramber remained unbroken to the end of their lives. End of chapter 22. Recording by Peter John Keeble, Nottingham, United Kingdom. www.peterkeeble.blogspot.com. End of Wulf the Saxon by George Henty.